everybody. Welcome. It looks like Nightbot has not told everybody we're live yet. So that's okay. Nightbot's having a lazy morning too. I'm having a lazy morning. Nightbot's having a lazy morning. I just put out the Instagram post. Hi, everybody. You were listening to a reading of Berenice this morning? That's funny. All right. Let me shout out very quickly. Cleric1372, welcome back and thank you for the resub. And Bubba's got a 40 stream streak going on.
You have returned.
GK Gamer Fan just resubbed as well. GK, welcome back. Yay. It's 1 p.m. and you're having average what, Catnip Ninja? Oh, you're having a very lazy morning. I see. Are you on swipe to text? I've had so many funny swipe to texts lately. I keep trying to look up something called the Cube that's near us, and my swipe keeps putting vibe, and I'm like, different thing. Y'all, different thing. But I'm having a lazier morning, too. I woke up and played some Lego video games with Logan Man, because I just bought him his first Lego game, and we're enjoying that immensely. And then Husbando made some breakfast burritos, which were delightful. So I had some breakfast burritos, and then washed my face and brushed my teeth, and here I am on stream. That's my morning so far. Tell me about your morning so far. STS Lego Harry Potter. He is 3 books in to Harry Potter at this point and loving it so far. I'm trying to like really space it out for him because I think he's still a bit young for them. But swipe to text keeps putting Spanish words when you want English. That's really funny, Chicago. Catnip says no, but they put the send button next to the delete after autocorrect gets it wrong. And you try to delete it but end up sending. It's frustrating. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Yeah, Logan has been listening to the audiobooks and then watching the movies. As far as reading goes, it's still a little complicated for him reading-wise. So he is reading with me now Diary of a Wimpy Kid, those books. And those are pretty fun. We're having a good time with those. Yeah, Cleric, it's wild. I have very mixed feelings on the franchise now, given everything going on with its creator. But, I mean, it's a very magical world. With, I do think, good messages throughout, for the most part. And the stuff that I don't agree with that's in the story material, we're having discussions about, which I feel like I'm really glad that we're experiencing it together so we can have conversations about certain things. Sorry, I'm just leaning over to fix my husband's microphone because it looks like my son got into it and it's not quite how it's supposed to be. So hold on. Nothing drives me crazier than
You have returned.
So let me. Oh my goodness, this is a disaster. This is it. Oh, I'm not even gonna fix it now. I give up on it. It's a lost cause. I'm just gonna move it so I don't have to look at it. How about that? It's a lost cause. It's a disaster. Zeppy, welcome, and Boom Bubble Paw, thank you for the stream streak. The day is going well for me, Landar. It is. It's very relaxed and chill so far, and I appreciate that. It's real nice. It's real nice. I'm wearing my revealed shirt today for those of you that saw my last Mattel hosting job. Mattel Creations Revealed for all the toy collectors out there. And they gave me this shirt as part of the fun from the event, but it's also the shirt that I wore when I hosted the event. Although, it's a crop top, so like it shows a little belly. And when I wore it to host the event, I wore a black tank top under it, so it wasn't too revealing. See what I did there? We were revealing new collectibles. We weren't revealing Trisha's stomach. Landar says you reveal everyday reasons to be glad to support you. You're very kind, Landar, and I appreciate that. You know I love spending time with this Twitch community more than anything, so hearts right back at ya. Raptor Blade, thank you for the resub. 20 months. Happy Sunday to you. You said, hope people are having a better week than me. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope your week does get a little bit better. I know it's a hard time for a lot of people right now. I've got a lot of friends who are out of work and looking And it's just a lot of, especially the tech and gaming scene, in addition to all the layoffs, just is cutting back budgets in all different types of work. So even friends that like work with marketing agencies or PR, like even their budgets are very scaled back and they're able to do less. And it's just a hard time right now in the industry. So if you are also experiencing any kind of out of work stuff, I feel for you. And I hope that new opportunities arise sooner rather than later is the best way I can say that. Raptor Blade, you're in the tech industry. Yep, you get it. But I'm sorry. I hope new opportunities arise if that's the bummer week you've had, or if the bummer week you've had is health reasons or anything else. I hope that things turn around soon. That's what I shall say. Vest999, thank you for the heart. Welcome. Sweet Bryce says, love the new DIY in 5 video that was posted today. Did they post it today? Normally they post them on Fridays. What was the latest one? Was it the drone one? If not, there's a drone one coming. We always film them 2 at a time. So the last one we filmed was, maybe we did yes, it was the drone one. Okay, good. I think the next 2 we're doing are both drone videos as well. I still have to write the scripts. I think that's on my to-do list for tomorrow, to write the next 2 DIY in 5 scripts. But yeah, more drone content coming up out of DIY in 5. And for those of you who don't know what that is, DIY in 5 is the how-to tech series that I write and host for Kingston Technology. So it airs on their YouTube channel. But we do episodes. We used to do weekly episodes. Now we do them every other week. But that show has been going on for just over 8 years now. It's wild because I started hosting that show. I started writing and hosting that show before I got pregnant with Logan. That's how I know how long it's been. Absolutely wild. Oh, the wise man. Happy belated birthday just a few days ago. I hope it was a good one and you did something to treat yourself. Okay, I'm realizing it's driving me a little bonkers about my camera. It's a little tilted and too high because I was hosting on Amazon. So this is like the Amazon setup. So free hugs for everybody while I adjust this camera. Because it should be just like that, I think will make me happier. Yes, that makes me happier. It's a very little thing, but it means a lot for me. Sherman says, hype train, and nothing wrong with the camera with me. Thanks for streaming. Aw, thank you. When I have too much headroom when I'm streaming, it makes me feel like I'm too short in the frame, especially because, when we start gaming, I sink down into my chair, so I don't want it to be like way tall, way tall. STS says, if you don't hug Trisha back, you're a monster. You're so kind. You're so kind. But yeah, I shrimp in my chair. I definitely do. That's why we have the posture check to remind me not to do that. Also, speaking of my chair, I don't know if I've ever done like a full beauty reveal of it, but I'm loving this chair. This is the 5800 that Alienware sent me recently. And this is just a stitching design because people were asking before if these are like speakers or anything. No, it's just a stitching design. But the way that the back is shaped for lumbar, I don't love the lumbar pillows that some chairs come with. This is just shaped perfectly for lumbar, and it's all like really soft yet supportive. It's just really nice. I like it a lot. It's like, ooh, and it kind of reclines, and I can like bounce in it. I'm into it. I'm into it. Yeah, no, it's not vibration pads or anything like that. It's just like supreme comfort. It's really nice. Catnip says, I switched to my laptop after some troubleshooting badness. So any typos now are on my own. I get it. Aviator Dan, you need to get a new chair since Wifey stole yours. That's very kind of you to let Wifey steal your chair. Hooray for comfortable chairs. You said you don't shrimp, but you do the laying lean like this. Is that your laying lean? Because I do that too. Does it come with a footstool? No, mine does not have a footstool, which actually a footstool would be nice for me because I'm so short that my feet dangle. They don't touch the ground. So often what I end up doing in gaming chairs, and this is not good, Um, I'll like sit on my feet. I think it's a short person thing. So like I'll put my feet up on the chair and then sit like kind of side saddle-ish in my seat and game like that, which is great for like the first hour maybe. And then I'll switch it. Like you've seen me do it on stream for sure. I don't know if you knew that's what I was doing. But like right now I'm sitting side saddle this way on my feet. I'll push myself up and switch my feet to the other side and sit side saddle the other way. Like when my foot goes to sleep or when I'm too tired or whatever. But I know that that's not good for like my hips and stuff. Like I know that that's bad for me. So then I'm like, okay, feet out, sit like a normal person, put your lumbar on the lumbar support, knees in front. Like I know that's what I'm supposed to do, but Raptor Blade, you do the folded feet. How do you do that? Like crisscrossed under you? You do that on your couch when you're watching, but your feet fall asleep. Exactly. And Forlorn, your wife sits the same way. And while cute, I have to call her on it for the same reason. Yeah. Carmelita says, is the lumbar position adjustable on this chair? I don't know if the pressure is adjustable. I'm gonna say no, but then watch that I'm wrong. I'm still getting used to it. But honestly, it's like so comfy. Like, I don't know if you can see. It's like perfectly, it's so comfy. Let's read the manual. Do I get back pain after shrimping? Sometimes, GK. It gets to the point where I have to stop gaming for a bit and go do stretches. Exactly. That's why I have the stretch reminder. Yeah, here, let me see. Hold on. I'm not going to read the manual, but I will just bring up Alienware 5800 ergonomic gaming chair. This one. Contour Max Lumbar is what the lumbar is called. It says our patent pending Contour Max Lumbar features a layer of memory foam that adjusts specifically to the curves and angles of any individual's body. And then it's got thermoplastic, 4 highly durable thermoplastic elastomer modules. I feel like this is made up at this point. Consisting of 64 individual responsive branches lay beneath the foam and shift themselves according to the shape and movement of the sitter's back, always maintaining a healthy posture. And they have a whole video on it. All I can tell you is it's like very comfortable. It says dynamic lumbar and middle back support. Yeah, it's like really comfortable. Pressure relief for the sit bone as well. And it has a wide seat design, which I don't need because I'm a tiny person. I'd actually probably prefer something a little smaller, but good to know for anyone who needs that. But yeah, it's not that expensive either, at least on Dell.com. Like as far as gaming chairs go. But yeah, it's super comfy. Like, the Alienware chair I had just before this is only $20 less. And I liked that too, but I'll be honest, I prefer, maybe it's just because I'm getting older, but I prefer the feel of this one. Cleric says how much is not that expensive. For gaming chairs, less than $400, I would say. Doesn't help if you're a lean forward gamer also. Well, that's what happens to me, right? Is like, okay, even if I do really well and like push it all the way in, right? I start gaming with the proper posture and then I do this. Which is why I shrink in frame, right? Tank says I honestly just bought a non-gaming chair. I know a lot of people that do that. Sprinkles, you stand when gaming. I'm so bad at that. TSB says less than 400. I'll stick to my couch. Yeah, no, I mean, the Herman Miller chairs are like 1,500. I'm looking right now. There, you can get a Herman Miller Logitech gaming chair for $8.95. Here's an ergonomic Vertigear for $4.30. And then like a basic gaming chair for $2.99. But yeah, they're pretty expensive. Like, it's an investment for sure. Here's one. The Diva gaming chair is $644 from Secret Lab. So yeah, I would consider under the $400 price point to be like pretty reasonable for a gaming chair. Jay Rodimus says, just fill your room with beanbag chairs. Dude, nothing has messed up my back more than being on a beanbag chair for hours gaming. Great when you're a kid. As you get older, ooh. Ooh. Joker Joe, I don't think that's weird. Joker Joe says I'm weird because I prefer executive office chairs over gaming chairs, but they are also still several $100s. I don't think that's weird. I know a lot of people in the same boat as you that go the office chair route instead of the gaming chair route. Honestly, I'm really glad that they're making gaming aesthetic chairs now with more office type ergonomics like this, because I feel like for years office chairs had way better ergonomics than gaming chairs. And now it's kind of meeting in the middle. I feel like the gaming chair market was like, hey, seems like people are buying office chairs because gaming chairs aren't very comfortable. And then they upped their game. But for me, I don't want to just have an office chair because you see it on camera all the time. Like, that's not fun. This is my fun room. I can have like boring old office chairs in other places in my house, but this is my fun room. Raptor Blade said, my old hips can't take beanbag chairs, and I say this at 29. There you go. Yep, and Sprinkle says at TwitchCon, the beanbags there, sometimes people had trouble getting up from them. Exactly. Beanbags are great when you're like a teenager and lower. After that, you're like, ooh, the beanbag chair, though. It's also, I've been on sets where they want people to sit in beanbag chairs, and it also really limits what you can wear. Like, I'm like, okay, well, if I'm going to sit in a beanbag chair, I can't wear a dress, I can't wear a skirt, I can't really wear shorts. Like, I have to wear pants, which is a weird thing to think about. But as someone that works on camera, that's totally what I think about. Snack Pack, you're going to order an Alienware R16. Definitely send me the specs. I'm so curious. That's awesome, my friend. I'm excited for you. Joker Joe said, gaming chairs just kind of feel stiff to me. Your chair is a black leather chair. It's softer than gaming chairs, which is what you like about it. That's nice. I don't know if it's the memory foam in this or what, but I sat on this chair for the first time at TwitchCon this year. They had it over at like the Alienware Gaming Lounge for people to try out. And I knew that my current Alienware chair was on its way out. So I sat in this at TwitchCon and I was like, what is this? So when I was talking to my friends at Alienware and I was like, hey, my chair is going to go, they were like, well, what chairs are you interested in? And I was like, dude, what was that one I sat in at TwitchCon? Because that was crazy comfortable. And it was this one. So I got very lucky that they had one they were able to send me, because this is the one I sat in at TwitchCon, and I was like, I like that. Not even new chair hype, Sprinkles. The Alienware R16 that Snack Pack was talking about is a brand new desktop. How long did my old chair last? A really long time. A really long time. Thanos says you're interested in Alienware. I've actually partnered with Alienware many times over the past decade. So they power a lot of my setup. I'm very lucky like that. They're very kind to me. I also work as an on-camera presenter and host. And if you ever see any Alienware update events where they're updating everyone on new desktops, new cooling technology, new peripherals, etc. that they're releasing, I usually am the host for those. So it's been a cool relationship over the years, and it's been interesting to see the different directions that Alienware has gone over the years and the new things they've tried. Matten says price for the chair. This chair on Dell.com right now looks like it's $379.99. Tank says, if I have to pause the stream, it's because family time. Totally get it. Atomic Doc, this is the Alienware 5800 gaming chair. And Joker Joe said that's actually not bad. I know, that's what I was saying. It's actually not bad. And like, I mean, maybe there are more things you could want in it. Like, I don't know if you'd want like vibration or sound or anything like that, or the footrest some people mention, and it doesn't have any of those things. But as far as just like really comfortable back support, it's great. I have heard of Secret Lab. I've used Secret Lab chairs before. They're not my favorite ergonomically as a tiny person. Like, I feel like a lot of chairs, so even this, I want to alter it, right? Because the headrest, look at this. It always comes to go on top. I am too short for that. Because ideally, you want the neck pillow, you want it to be a neck pillow. Like, you want it to be here. But I'm too short for that. Like, it won't go down that far. So what I might do is cut this elastic and put it through here and then reattach it in the back. So that way it sits on me where it should sit. Right? Because right now it goes up here and it's too high. And it's actually, like, if you look, it's actually forcing my head forward, which is not good. Raptor Blade says a gaming chair was my first gift to myself after I got a job and was a bit financially stable. Nice! Rob says sit on some dictionaries. I know, that's sit on some dictionaries and I'll finally be tall enough for this gaming chair, right? St. Clair says, I found that a lot of people who have trouble with gaming-focused chairs ignore the size information. Your height does matter for comfort. The lumbar support pillows matter too. Oh, 100%. Snackpack says, I tweeted it at you if you want to scope out the specs. Thank you, Snackpack. I will check that out. That's awesome. I could just stretch out the elastic strap so it will slide lower, but honestly, it's not that hard to cut the elastic, like put some Velcro on it or something. And then just Velcro it so it goes through here. That's not that hard for me to do. I just haven't done it yet. Tell your mom I said hi, Tank. That's so cool. And yes, Bobberty says, I'm 6'4". Sometimes being tall makes it hard to find a good chair too. Absolutely. It's really funny to me when people reach out to me and they're like, we'd love for you to review our gaming chair. And then I read about it and it's a big and tall gaming chair. And I'm like, how could I possibly review your big and tall gaming chair as a 5'0" human? How could I possibly do that? I am the worst person to have an opinion on your big and tall gaming chair. It's very funny. My personality's big and tall. That must be it. Nate's pretty tall and he could do it. And that's what I always say. I'm like, I'd have to have my husband test it out. And just, yeah, do it and just sit in a huge chair laughing the whole time. Catnip says, I thought you were 5'1". Okay, here's the deal, right? I am 5'0" and a half of an inch. So if we round up, we can say 5'1". But I'm not actually 5'1". That's rounding up. But yeah, I'm a tiny human. I haven't measured recently, but that half is extremely important. I always say 5'0" and a half of an inch, because if I say 5 foot, people are like, 5 foot what? So you kind of have to say 5'0". And you can't say and a half, because then people think you mean 5 foot, like 5'6". So sometimes it's just easier to say 5'1". That's kind of how I've gotten around saying 5'1". That counts as 5'1". Depends on the shoes. Exactly. Catnip says being tall is overrated. It only feels good when people ask you to get stuff. No, I will say the times I am most jealous of my tall friends is at conventions. Because all I see at conventions is people's backs. People's mid-backs. You could say under 5'1". That's true. I could say that. But yeah, like when I'm walking around Comic-Con or E3 or something, this is my view. This is all I see the whole time. Wait, even worse. It's like that. This is all I see the entire time. So if I want to see anything, I have to like turn on my phone camera and lift it high in the air and then look at what's happening through my phone camera, because it's the only way I can see over people. Yes, I get to read the back of everybody's shirts. And also, I get to read the back of everybody's shirts And also, I don't get to see any, like, celebrity signings or any of the things I'm trying to see. And I don't want to wear heels to a convention because owie on your feet. Get one of those selfie sticks. No, I feel like those are so annoying. JMD Groovy said, not gonna lie, it's great being tall at cons. Yes. I need, like, a periscope for conventions. Exactly. That's a good way to sneak in brand. Oh, yeah, because you can see it's a Mattel Creations shirt. It is a Mattel Creations shirt. I told you that in the beginning, though. Mattel Creations revealed from the event I got to host. Hello, Jello. Welcome to the stream. The solution is stilts. I only know one friend that can walk on stilts really well, and it's my friend Ivan Van Norman. If any of you used to watch the Geek and Sundry stuff, you'll know Ivan. But I don't want to fall on people either. Dante says, Trisha has prime armpit level real estate in large groups. I do. And then also, I can't find anyone in my group. Like, if I'm at a con and people are like, oh yeah, I'll be over by this booth, come find me. It's so hard for me to find people because I can't see over the sea of people I'm in between. So a lot of times, like, if I, see, look, now I'm sitting side saddle in this chair. I told you it was going to happen. A lot of times if, like, Nate's with me, I will have Nate, since he's much taller, try to find the people we're looking for. Cosplay something with stilts. A mech suit. A mech suit. There it is. Perfect. Thanos says, hi, Trisha. I follow you on Amazon. You're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate that. New business. Con stilt rentals. For the shorties out there. For the shorties. Aviator says, just have boss man throw you on shoulders. Let the people behind deal with it. No. Because then the other short people suffer even more. And I feel for my fellow short friends. We're not going to do that. I play Marco Polo on land rather than pools sometimes. Yeah, it's much easier to just call people if you have reception and be like, hey, where are you? I can't find you. Tell me where you are. What booth number are you at? I'm coming. It's very funny. It's very, very funny. Okay, I'm going to Google search. We've now had a couple people come in a chat and say the same really weird thing, which generally means it's like a Reddit or 4chan joke. So I'm just going to look. Oh, it's a meme. Not exactly, though. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Be careful what you find. I'm not going to show it. I'm not going to show it on camera. Okay, I can't find it from a quick search. But, yeah, now we've had two different people come in a chat and say the same thing. And I'm like, that's strange. What are those hip young kids doing now? Yes, STS, I very much have that energy today. St. Clair says this is why it's smart when events have monitors up top so people can see what's going on without people blocking. Absolutely. Yeah. She's a 201 meter. What's that? 6'1" roughly on Instagram. Beertastic says, it's not an appropriate greeting. I don't care what the meta is. Oh, I agree with you. I wonder if it's outing bots. Maybe. Oh, it's about 6'6". Wow. If I was 6'6", I would try to, like, use that for something. Like, I don't know. Maybe I would have had an interest in WNBA or something. Do the kids still say yeet? I think so. I think yeet's a funny word. Maybe the kids don't still say it, but I think it's funny. Thoughts on the Amazon Fallout show? Loved it. Finished it. Loved it. Really happy. Excited for season 2. Forlorn Night chat is good. There's nothing wrong with chat. No, I was saying we've now had like twice this week people come in and say the same exact phrase, which always makes me think, all right, this is some online joke or some community sending people out to say that specific thing. And I want to know what it is, just out of sheer curiosity, I guess, more than anything. Oh, GK said looks like it was the same person both times. I thought it was 2 different people. We can talk about it in Discord. I thought it was 2 different people. I have the names of both people fresh of mind that I think it was. There was someone who said it once and then rephrased it to try to get around Nightbot or Automod. And then there was and that was before. And then there was someone who said it again today that was a different person. Beardtastic says it was 2 different people. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, if 2 different people say the exact same thing, that means it's like a thing on the internet somewhere. That's my guess, right? It's like the horse duck Reddit question, right? Like everyone's just going to come in and ask the same horse duck Reddit question. We've seen it. How's the new PC? Odyssey, here, I'll show you guys the new PC. Since we're having show and tell time. You're gonna laugh. You can see exactly how far I am with it. But here. Dun-da-da, it's massive. First of all, it's absolutely massive. It probably looks tiny because it's farther away from the camera right now. And you're looking at the back of it. But I've got a vertically mounted GPU in it, which means I don't think I'll have room for a full external capture card or a full internal capture card. So I just bought this recently, the Elgato 4KX external capture card, so that I won't have to put a capture card inside of it. So that's great. Now the problem becomes, this is going to connect via USB, the camera's going to connect via USB, and everything else I have connected to this currently is going to connect via USB, which makes me think, even though we have enough USB ports in this motherboard, I'm going to need to put in a extra USB PCIe card because I don't think it's going to have the bandwidth to hold it all. So I can either take the one out of this PC or order a new one, but then I'm hoping it's going to fit with the vertically mounted GPU. Oh, here, push the button. There it is. Victory. I mean, I'm very, very excited about this PC. It's awesome. I've been running and testing games on it, slowly installing all my software and that kind of stuff. But, I mean, my biggest hesitation, honestly, is that this baby runs everything in this studio right now. And it was a lot of troubleshooting for each individual component to get it to work. Like, when I first upgraded to this new beautiful camera, and I used the Elgato Cam Link, even though I had ports in the motherboard, it wouldn't work because I didn't have enough USB bandwidth. So that's when I troubleshooted until I figured out, or troubleshot, I don't know past tense of troubleshoot. But I had to do that until I figured out that I needed more USB bandwidth, and that's when I got the USB 3.0 PCIe card and installed it in here and fixed that problem. But as I port everything from this PC over to this aquarium, as you put it, Andre, as I do that, every single thing that's plugged into this that I need to then plug in here, I might have to do that amount of troubleshooting with. So I'm trying to find at least one day where I'm not scheduled to go live so that I have the whole day to do it. Because ideally, I could plug everything from this PC into this PC and it could just work beautifully. I could get really lucky and that could happen. Or conversely, everything I plug into this PC could decide it doesn't want to work and then I'm going to have to troubleshoot why. Like when I first was working with this PC, it didn't like to play nice with one of the mice that I was using with it. I was using a computer mouse with it, and this PC was just like, nope, don't like it. So then I had to install a driver, get out the wireless dongle, and through the wireless dongle eventually got that mouse to work. But that's just a mouse. That's supposed to be really easy to plug in, and it just happens. Sometimes that doesn't happen. Jofo, it's only on the floor for right now because it's going to go up here. It's not on, dude. It's fine. But yes, it's going to go up here if it even fits up here. Like right now, this is a normal size, mid-size tower. And when the aquarium gets up here, it might take like the whole beast. Swap the SSDs between them? No, thank you. No, I have everything that I need to transfer storage-wise from this PC is already on my little Kingston XS2000. Thank you, Kingston, for giving me this. So everything's on the Kingston XS2000. So storage-wise, transferring from here to here is going to be fine. That's easy. What am I going to do with the old PC? It's my backup. So if anything happens to this one and it goes down and I still have a hosting job or a stream or something, I'm going to swap it right back. Because this, I'm not going to factory reset. It still has all the programs and everything, all the assets and everything that I need on it to run my stream. So if this goes down, this is the backup. So I always keep a backup because this is my livelihood, right? Maybe get a small stand for the new one so it won't take much space off the desk. Oh, here, we could do, this is so funny, I could do a little show and tell this way. Because I don't know that y'all have seen back here in a while because I haven't done a studio tour YouTube vlog in a while. I think it was like, I don't know, 2 years ago was the last time I did one. But I'll show you what I have going on back there. Okay, so, PC. Just next to it, this is a little stand that's currently housing, sorry, it's a little messy, my PlayStation 5. This one's open because I need something skinny to put here. PSVR headset, Gong Show Gong, trash cans, some controllers. This is a, what would they call this? It's like a memory card reader hub, little Mando Xbox controller. But yes, it's only like half height. So I guess I could put the PC, I could clear off that and put the PC up there if I wanted to, if I had to. But then also my cables for everything for streaming would have to go an extra 3 feet to connect it there. Right? Because, like, I mean, this is the disaster zone right over here that I need to port. So everything that's plugged into this, and one of the things that's plugged into this is a big USB hub down here that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more things plugged into it. And this is for the XLR mic. Like, there's a lot going on here. Does the new one fit where the current streaming PC is? It looks like it might be too wide. It might be. I don't know. That's something else I'm going to have to figure out. Like, am I going to have to get a whole new desk? So, swapping the new PC in is, I'm saying all that just to say it's a much bigger project than, like, just swapping out a PC, right? Because, like, if I have to get a whole different streaming desk, like, then it's redoing the whole shebang. Right? That's it. Then it's redoing the whole shebang. I can get under desk PC mounts too. I know, but this is so pretty. Although, because I have to have the back of the PC facing the front because all of my different cables aren't long enough to bring around the back. So you're going to see this side of the PC, just like you do with this one. But I don't know that you'll be able to see the fish. We might need like a separate fish cam at that point. But, here, wait, do I have a measuring tape up here? Let me see if I do. Not in this drawer, I don't. But yeah, I mean, I think that it will fit on here. I think it is wide enough. But I might have to, like, move the keyboard and mouse down. I don't know. You should get a desk which you can raise in a standing position for you. No, my husband has one of those over there, and I would never use it. I've tried those things where it's like, oh, I'm going to stand. And then I'm just like, where's my chair? I hate this. Why am I doing this? I hate this. Jessica Rabbit could fit inside the new PC. Maybe. I never noticed how absurdly small your mouse pad is. Larger desk mouse pad is up here. So just because people always ask, like, how do I use such a small mouse pad? These two just control the streaming PC. I game over here. So I have like the big extra large mouse pad gaming setup over here. And that's all the Alienware stuff. And then the streaming stuff is over here. So that's how I have it separated in my room. So all this needs to do really is like control chat and, switch me to different scenes and that kind of stuff. But, I mean, that being said, I don't have a lot of mouse room over here either. My stream deck's a little far forward than it needs to be, and so is my mic probably. But yeah, that's not a ton of room over there either. Good morning. Welcome. Good time zone, Paladin. All the wires, I know. It's a mess. It's actually more of a mess right now than it usually is because in testing out the new PC, I had to undo. I used to have all this like cable management and zip tied and really pretty back here. So look, you can see just extra like hanging out. This used to be used for cable management, but I undid all the cables back here in testing out stuff on the new PC. So it's in the process. The process is never pretty. I might need a bigger desk, to be honest. I don't know. The mic looks like it gets in the way. This mic right here, yeah, this is my podcasty voiceover mic. This baby right here. And the other thing that I don't love about this desk, if I got a new desk, the other bonus to this would be this desk doesn't handle anything being clamped on it very well, right? So like, because it's a glass top. So any like mic arms or lights or anything that want to clamp on a desk don't do very well on this desk. What's to my left? Oh wait, you have two mics. I do. Yeah, I have this microphone is my streaming mic, and this microphone is my voiceover and podcast mic. So this one's a USB mic, and that's an XLR mic. And like I said, the cable management is much messier than usual because, because new PC is in the process of being ported over. But it's a slow process. I'm not doing it all at once. A solid wood desktop wouldn't look as nice. I like the look of the black glass top, even though it gets dusty real quick. I like the look of that, but yeah, that's I could probably put it on that. And if, you know what though, if I put it on this table, it will definitely block Jessica and the Keyblade. If I put it on this shorter table. But if I put it here, it might too. I don't know. This case is so wide. It's beautiful, but it's so wide. That PC case reminds me of the type with the touchscreen in the corner of it. This is the case with the touchscreen in the corner of it. That's what this is. It's the Height Y70 chassis, and that's exactly which one it is. It's real heavy. So I showed it off on my Instagram if you want to see some beauty shots of it, but here, it's not on right now, so let me just gently turn it. It's not on right now, but yeah, this is a touchscreen right here. And this is where the goldfish is that I keep laughing about. What's the touchscreen used for? You can display a lot of different things on it. The kind of the default setup that it recommended had your temperatures on it. So like your CPU and GPU temp, it can have date and time on it. And so it's a special interface made by the company that makes the case. So you can have things on here that could actually be useful if you wanted to use the touchscreen for something like that. You totally could. The only thing I've used the touchscreen so far is in screen setup. But yeah, I think I had like the date, the weather, my component temperatures, and a goldfish. And like a cool purpley pinky effect on it when I initially set it up. And then on the front, you can see here, this whole part is rainbow RGB fans and a lot of empty space. And then your upfront ports are right down here. So, I mean, it's beautiful. It's got 2 fans up top, 3 fans right back here. Like I said, the vertically mounted GPU that I put in, 1 fan back here. It really is quite lovely. It's the first time I've ever built with a vertically mounted GPU. I've seen it done in builds, but it's the first time I've ever done it. And so I'm a little bit nervous about how much access I will or won't have to the other PCIe slots on the motherboard. Because in my current build, it's just, a traditional horizontal mount GPU, and I have complete access to the other PCIe slots for my capture card, for my USB card, etc. You could technically play a game on the screen, yeah. I think some people on the screen put like touch Tetris and stuff like that too, which I don't know how often you would ever use that, but it's kind of cool that you could do it, right? So it looks like a half-sized PCIe card could definitely fit there. I don't know. That's what I'm going to have to mess with next. And honestly, I could plug all that stuff into the ports on the back here, and it could be fine bandwidth-wise, and I might not need an external PCIe card. But based on how my adventure went with this one, I'm trying to be prepared for everything, right? Is this case this wide because of the vertical mount GPU slots? There's only one vertical mount GPU slot. But this case is this wide for a variety of reasons. If you wanted to do like really cool custom liquid cooling, if you wanted to do multi-GPU setups, you could totally do that with this case. So this case is like a big bad. Technically, the screen can be used as a monitor too. Yeah, and it's actually, in my testing and setup so far, it's been messing me up because I've been running it through the capture card, and it will only acknowledge, when I first turn it on, it will only acknowledge that screen as the only display connected until it gets into Windows. And then it would acknowledge the capture card screen as the second display, and then I have to change them, and it's been a pain in the butt. But once I put it in this position, because I was using it before to record gameplay for testing, once I put it in this position, I shouldn't have that problem anymore. They might have slim USB expansion cards. Hopefully. Random unrelated question. This is the Logitech G502 wireless that I have right here. And this is the Alienware 920M tri-mode wireless. B. McLeod, welcome to the stream today. Welcome, welcome. Eardle says, oh, okay, everyone's asking for the specs on the new PC. Let me pull them up. Let me pull them up, because I have them here. Okay, the new PC specs. And when this is up as the new streaming rig, I will fix our specs command. I don't have it changed yet since it's not officially in that spot. But it's the Ryzen 7800 X3D CPU, the Radeon 7900 XTX GPU. RAM you asked about, it's got 32 gigabytes of Corsair Dominator DDR5. It's DDR5 RAM, Lucas. And Megalithic says it's not the gaming PC, to keep that in mind. It's true, but I might game on it sometimes because this is the reason I like having one Intel NVIDIA build and one AMD build so that I can compare, right? So if I have like one game and I've got it on Steam, I can fire it up with both PCs and literally look at them side by side to see which one is running better and why. So I love it. I like having both for testing and comparison purposes. But yes, this PC is a beast. It's a beast. It's got a 2 terabyte SSD and a 4 terabyte SSD in it. Yeah, this thing's an absolute beast. Dante said, I need to use my TV to use the BIOS because my monitor doesn't turn on until it loads Windows. That's what happens with my capture card. But yeah, it's a very cool new streaming rig, for sure. Trisha's going to be an expert benchmark tester. No joke, when I worked, when I was hosting for Newegg Now, they did ask me to create a lot of benchmark videos for them. Most of the stuff they had me do, we did a whole series that was like RTX on and RTX off, where I would run the game and record the game with ray tracing on and then run it with ray tracing off so we could do side-by-side comparisons. And it was really funny to like try to play the same level exactly the same way for the closest side-by-side comparisons. But yeah, sometimes I get asked to produce that kind of stuff, so it's nice to be able to have the equipment to do it. Odyssey Dave, is there a practical reason to have 2 SSDs instead of one large SSD? I like to keep them separated just so my operating system is running on something different than my game. But, I mean, one large SSD, I don't know how much of a difference you'd notice, honestly. I'm like, maybe that habit of mine comes from back in the day when there were SSD, HDD, dual drives and stuff. So I always think operating system on SSD and then everything else on the other. As games grow bigger and bigger, you'll probably run out of space eventually. Exactly. Oh, Landar, that's wild. So something just jiggled loose and you jiggled it back, I guess. That's wild. Megalithic also says SSDs perform the best the more empty they are. And that way they do their optimization and stuff. So OS on one, games on the second. Yeah, that's just what I've always thought. That's just what I've always thought. You still do different drives? I have 2 drives on my gaming PC as well. Although, on my gaming PC, and I might actually have to update the specs. So my gaming PC is the Alienware Aurora R15, and it's a pre-built. And because I didn't build it, it's very hard to find out the exact specs because some of them are manufacturer direct, like it's not like from another brand. My larger drive on the gaming PC is an HDD, not an SSD. So remember, I forget what game we were playing, and it was just running like absolute poo, and I couldn't figure out why. It might have been Immortals of Aveum. It was running like absolute poo. And then I realized it's because the D drive on my gaming PC is in fact not an SSD. So I was like, well, there we go. That's the answer. So I might have to get inside that Alienware Aurora and do some upgrades. Either that, or for right now, I'm just using that D drive to install all of the Gong Show games. Because almost none of the Gong Show games are like, it has to be an SSD. And yes, an M.2 SSD is going to be faster than a SATA SSD. That is true. And you can't wait for HDDs to become extinct. I think they serve a place, though. Like, for me, if I'm just archiving footage of things I've hosted, which sometimes things I host are like 3 and 4 hour live streams, so it's like a lot of data. If I'm just archiving that, HDDs are a very affordable way to do that, right? If it's not something you're accessing often, you don't need to pay for an SSD. Like, granted, there are great deals on SSDs now, and I always try to shout them out on my Amazon streams when I see them. And SSDs have come way down in price since I started working with them 15 plus years ago. But yeah, I mean, there are definitely still uses for HDDs. It's worth it for backups and archives. Exactly. And yeah, a lot of NAS systems in enterprise and local backup are still HDD. That is very true. St. Clair says, thanks to Trisha promoting sales, I have an additional M.2 and an enclosure for a mobile setup. I got you. But yeah, this is the new baby. So things are slowly happening. Like, all the files that need to be transferred over are on this and ready to go. The capture card, I got an external instead of an internal. So that's ready to go. Now it's just a matter of having a day where I can unplug everything from here, physically take this off the desk, physically see if this fits on the desk, which honestly I need Nate to lift it for me because it's too heavy. See if this physically fits on the desk, plug things back into it one at a time, just so, because I don't want to plug everything in and then have things not work and not be able to troubleshoot. So plug in the keyboard and mouse, fire it up, make sure that's working. Plug in, the microphone, make sure that works. Plug in the camera, make sure that works. Plug in the Stream Deck, make sure that works. Plug in the external capture card, make sure that works. Like, and go through one at a time to make sure everything's working seamlessly. And then, of course, do all the software stuff that I need, which is like all of my streaming assets that work with OBS, installing the right version of OBS and everything I use for alerts, and the Gong Show. And that actually I don't have on this yet. I need to grab the Gong Show, a copy of the Gong Show. Let me write that down now while I'm thinking about that, so I don't forget. But yeah, there's going to be things that I'm sure I'm like, I didn't get that off the streaming PC. So let me write that down. Gong Show. Do I know if the glass can hold the weight of the new PC over time? I mean, this glass top desk, it has a big bar running under the middle of it, like a big metal bar under the whole middle and a big metal bar on the whole outside frame. So it should hold. It's meant to hold a lot of weight. You've never heard of gear called an asset? Well, when I say assets, what I mean, so I'm talking like production lingo. When I say assets, what I mean is video and photo files that I use in my stream. So when I'm, when I like do this, the border around my webcam, that's an asset. That's a video asset. Or the alerts that pop up. Those are assets, right? And so I need those all from the old PC to the new PC and then programmed into the broadcasting software so that they still work the way on the new PC, the way they do on the old PC. How many pounds is the new PC? I don't know, but it's a lot. Yes, this is the new Elgato card. I've not used it before, and I'm very excited about it. But yeah, I actually have over here. So I have an Elgato 4K 60 Pro Mark II, which is what I currently have in this PC. I have an extra one. And so my initial intent when putting this together was to put this in here. But then when I saw, so this is a half-size card, so it probably will fit with the vertically mounted GPU. But honestly, I'd rather use the new external card and not worry about it and just leave the space in there. Leave the space and the extra bandwidth on the motherboard. But yes, it's the Avatar GPU that's in there right now. It is. It's true. So maybe this 4K 60 Pro Mark II will be a giveaway for a charity stream or something soon. Who knows? But yeah, I have an extra one in-house. Yes, so that way I don't have to unseat it and reseat it to turn it off and turn it on again. Exactly, Christian. That's why I was looking forward to this. But yeah, I mean, look how big this is. I can almost fit in it, right? Like, if I get, hold on, if I get down behind it, can I hide behind it? Like, almost. Here, wait, am I hiding? Am I totally hiding behind my PC? Doop, there it is. Like, that's how big it is. It's so large. It's so big. 90%, yeah, like about 85% hidden, right? But yeah, so I'm gonna need to get Nate to pick it up and put it up here and then try to figure all that out. So I might. Here's my problem. I'm like, so do I do that tomorrow or do I work on my DIY in 5 scripts? This is my problem tomorrow. Yes, posture check, indeed. Stand up straight, Trisha. But yeah, so tomorrow I can either mess with this all day or I can write my DIY in 5 scripts. Or if I put this up here and it just all magically works, there's a potential I could get both of those things done in one day. However, I never expect that things are going to go according to plan. Eardle says can't do both. I mean, honestly, Eardle, if I unplug all of this, plug this in, everything I plug into it just works exactly the way it's supposed to, then I could do both. But I'm not relying on that happening at all. I'm relying on everything being a struggle. Plus, there's going to be little things like, I don't even know. I have to look at the motherboard manual for this PC and see if like there's a Bluetooth and Wi-Fi antenna I need to plug in. There probably is. Yeah, there probably is. And then I have to go through.
You have returned.
Where are all my PC builders at? My Bago extra stuff that came with all the parts. You know how this is. And then I gotta look in here and be like, all right, what do I need all these for? Where do they go? Make today's stream you setting up your new stream PC, stream from your phone. I mean, I could try, then I wouldn't have alerts or anything like that. This looks like maybe an extra heat sink. I don't know, like I've never built with this motherboard before, so. The extra stuff always goes in the motherboard box. I have it all in this bag. This is all the extra stuff. Have I measured the PC dimensions yet? No, but you can look them up. It's the Height Y70 case. HYTE Y70. You fill the power supply box with all the 5,000 parts? Yeah, there's a lot in here. So again, I'm going to be like going through all of this just to make sure And, like, the proprietary software that goes with the motherboard, the proprietary software that goes with the case, control all the RGB. Titanium says that motherboard comes with antenna. It should have Bluetooth if it comes with Wi-Fi. Yeah, so it should have 2, right? My last build has 2. It has a Bluetooth and a Wi-Fi. Everyone wants the hype Y70 Touch. That's what this is. So yeah, that's all the stuff I gotta mess with on the day that I actually tackle the PC stuff. This is funny. I was like, oh, here's my antennas. No, look. Just comes with some tools. That's pretty nice. I mean, I have my own tools, but that's pretty nice that they just give you some. It might have a tri-antenna 1 mount with all 3 together. Ruru2 says they ran out of touchscreens and the limited cases out there are hot items. Yeah, well, I've got it. Right? It's a cute little screwdriver, dude. That came with it. So yeah, I mean, this build that's going to be my new streaming PC, this was in partnership with AMD. I put out a couple of videos about it. But it was in partnership with AMD. So really, the thank you to getting me access to the case is AMD. Thank you, AMD, for hooking that up. This is an extra CPU socket. But yeah, I gotta go through all this. This is all day that I tackle the PC Switch. And honestly, I might spend 4 or 5 hours tackling the PC Switch and not be able to get it to work and have a job the next day or a stream the next day and have to switch it all back until I have another day with 4 or 5 hours to troubleshoot. I always plan for the worst case scenario timing-wise because I don't know what's going to happen. Christian, I know, this is my first vertically mounted GPU. Sprinkles says this sounds like ours. Yes, it typically is. Oh, nice. Joker Joe, you just added a USB dongle. I've done that in the past. For sure. Yeah, it's like the life of new PCs. Like for me, like with the streaming PC I use right now, this took me probably 1.5 years to perfect everything the way that I want it. Because for a while I'd be using it and I'd be like, oh, I just hate the Bluetooth. Let me find a new solution. Or, oh, I just paid all this money to upgrade to this new beautiful camera and it's not working with my PC. Troubleshoot until I find a solution. And like by the time I finally have everything ironed out exactly how I want it, now the PC is 5 years old. Right? And so that's the part that I'm not... the manual's right here facing you. Yes, this is the motherboard manual. For those that are wondering. It's the ROG Strix X670E gaming Wi-Fi motherboard. That's the motherboard manual. Yeah, that's... So your NAS server's your never-ending project. Totally get it. Totally get it. But yeah, so I'm always hesitant to replace any tech in my streaming setup because it takes me so long to get it perfect. If you need help with anything, hit you up. Thank you. Yeah, so tomorrow I'm torn if I want to like write my DIY in 5 scripts first and then tackle this with whatever time I have left, but then I honestly might not finish this is what I'm worried about. And someone posted in chat in general about the cool thing I'm hosting. Okay, they did announce it. Yes. So Dave, Humor Dubai, posted in Discord, Trish, you're commentating on the CIF fashion show? I am. So I have that going this week, which is part of the reason I'm not going to be in office because we have a rehearsal day and then the actual event day. So for those of you that know game theory and who doesn't know game theory, I am going to be one of the commentators as the digital creators walk the runway with their items. It's going to be me and Rosanna Pansino talking about the fashion as they like walk and right after they walk the runway. So it's going to be really fun. I haven't decided what I'm going to wear yet. But it will definitely affect my streaming schedule this week. But it should be really, really fun. 2 fun-sized people, yes. It's going to be me and Rosanna Pansino commentating, and it should be a good time. And yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know a ton about fashion in a traditional sense of like what's hot on the runway, but I know what I like in terms of nerdy fashion. Landar, I always see Rosanna Pansino mostly on iJustine's channel. I mean, I follow Rosanna on Instagram too, but I see her all the time do crossovers with iJustine. But yeah, that's going to be on Thursday. And Julio Kaiser! Horizon Forbidden West and Horizon Zero Dawn are both very epic adventures. I'm glad you enjoyed. You think our energy will blend well together? That's awesome. Yeah, Ro's great. So it'll be me and Ro, and I think the event is this Thursday from 2 p.m. Pacific time to 7 p.m. Pacific time. But that's great. I didn't know they had announced it already, so now I can talk about it, which is exciting. Have Felicia 3D print you an outfit on her new 3D printer. Ooh, I'm not ready to rock 3D printed technology yet, but yes. Corgi says, I would so watch your streaming setup stream. I mean, I guess if I were going to do it, I could do it like just from my phone. Just do a stream from my phone and then try to make it all happen. That could be fun. I mean, I wouldn't have like my traditional alerts or anything like that, as long as people didn't care about that. Yes, do it. I mean, it'd be one way to do it. Trisha and Henry Cavill build a PC when? Rob, you or someone else have asked that before. I don't think I'd be able to keep my cool. Oh, I love Susie. I would stream with Susie anytime, Joker Joe. CP says, I think we'll survive without alerts. It actually could be good practice for me to practice streaming from... There's a new app that when I took the masterclass from the Twitch Women's Guild in IRL streaming the other day, when was that, Thursday last week, they recommended streaming from a different app than the one I usually stream from. And so it could be good practice for me streaming from that too. Irdle, don't want to break terms of service. You mean if we had Henry Cavill on a stream, it'd be too hot for Twitch. So funny. Titanium says, I love ROG and use their motherboards, but after the whole burned in the CPU issue with the X3D chips, kind of been shy of using ROG for AM5. Totally makes sense. That's why I kind of love that this case has the temps front and center on that touchscreen so that I can monitor them all the time. Superman can build a PC for you. I can build a PC for Superman. It would be a true together one. Have I played the beta for Frostpunk 2? No, Chris the Brit. I have not. I requested access for it. Or is it open now? I can't even remember. How are the temps on the new case? So far, really good, Julio Kaiser. That being said, what did I play? I recorded about an hour's worth of Banisher's Ghost of New Eden on max settings on the new bib so far, with all of the AMD HyperRX and fluid motion frames, all of that turned on. And it looked beautiful. It ran beautifully. And temperatures were great still after an hour. Rob, that would be nutters. Why would we do that? That would be too much. That'd be too much. But yeah, I mean, so I'm excited. I'm excited to get the new PC up and running. That being said, my hesitation is always, I finally have this exactly how I want it. I could get lucky and put the new one in, and it could be very simply exactly what I need it to be, but it could also be a struggle. Hi, Stefaruski. Hello. You have an Asus board, the ProArt, and a 7950X, and I have not had a single problem with temps. Beautiful. The hesitation is real. Yes, the hesitation is real. Because again, this is like my lifeblood to everything. Like in my streaming room, replacing my gaming PC is much easier than replacing my streaming PC. Sombra, you have a question. Do I have any experience with Asus TUF gaming laptops? I have used them for a few days at a time for review purposes, but I have not used one for longer than a few days. I don't know if that means I'll be able to answer your question or not. BIOSes are probably pre-updated by now, but I would do a BIOS again just to be sure. Yeah, probably. That's great, Christian. That's awesome. Chris says, is it easier to pay someone to do it for you? Is it easier to pay someone to do what for me? To switch it all out? If that's your question, no, absolutely not. Because a streaming setup is so personal to whoever created it that it's one of those things like when you buy an old house and someone's like, the light switch doesn't work. And you're like, oh, you just have to knock on the wall 3 times and then it works. And it's like second nature to you because it's your house and you live there. Like, no one is going to understand my streaming setup the way that I know my streaming setup. Like that, and that's the way it is for every streamer. Like, unless from the very beginning, someone came in and designed it for you and then taught you how to use it. Like, yeah, these things have personality. Well said. Yeah, it's like a very, very weirdly specific. It's also part of why when I'm troubleshooting anything that's going wrong on stream and people are suggesting things, sometimes I'll just say like, that's a great suggestion, but that's not going to work for my setup because X, Y, and Z. Because I've designed it and I know specifically how things are communicating with each other because that's how I put them together. So some of those troubleshooting solutions people offer might work for other setups, but I know whether or not right away they'll work for mine. And because I've designed it myself and put it together myself, when I am troubleshooting, I have a pretty good idea of where I need to start looking for the problem. Whereas if someone else designed it, I imagine I'd be very like, I don't even know where to start. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm just the personality type that I really want to know the ins and outs of all my tech. It's why I'm Android and not iPhone. It's why I like laptops I can pop the back off of. Like, I really want to know what's going on with my tech so that when there is any kind of issue, I know right what to do. St. Clair says, Trisha, you actually handle that stuff really well when people are trying to press their own ideas of what you should do instead of asking what you're looking to do. Oh, thank you. I mean, I'm always appreciative of people's ideas because sometimes it might be something I hadn't thought of. But sometimes it's also just something like I know, for example, when we're troubleshooting in-game audio, like say the couple times I was streaming with Maud and we're playing a game that uses in-game audio, because of the way I have my gaming PC hooked up to my streaming PC, the amount of audio inputs and outputs on my gaming PC are incredibly limited. So when people start suggesting maybe it's this, it like I know it can't be those things because those things aren't even plugged into the gaming PC. Those things are only plugged into the streaming PC. But that's also specific to my setup. Hearth Homes, thank you. That's kind of you to say. I feel like I have my bad days like everybody else where I probably get a little too terse too fast, but I try not to. Christian says you've been doing this stuff for years and years and years. Yes, I have. Years and years and years and years and years and years and years. Newest BIOS is always good unless you update it during a brownout. Well said. And that's why I now have 3 uninterruptible power supplies in this setup. What is time? Yeah, so I have 3 uninterruptible power supplies in here now. And again, that was all troubleshooting to get to that point, right? Like first I had no UPSs and then I had blackouts and brownouts during sponsored streams, during hosting jobs, and was like, all right, we have to fix this solution. Brought in one UPS. One UPS could not handle this entire beast of a setup. Brought in 2 UPSs. 2 UPSs could barely handle this beast of a setup. Now that I have 3 UPSs, finally, it works the way it's meant to work, right? But it's just troubleshooting until you figure out what works for you. No, the old streaming PC is going to be a backup. It's going to be a backup for my work and for my job. So that if, goodness gracious, God forbid, anything happens with the new baby once it's ready to go, then I know in a quick pinch, I can just sub in this one. And this already has all the software, all the drivers, everything I need to run the stream. Two UPSs. You can't even handle this setup. It's true. Oh, Junior Dax, thank you. That's very kind of you. Offering some help regarding the tough gaming laptops. Love that, because you have one. LA says, yeah, I live in LA. Our utilities are junk. I have UPSs all over the house. LA, Vino, I have solar panels on the house. I have 3 UPSs. When we got the solar, we didn't get a wall battery because it was going to increase the price of the solar by like $20,000 total to get the wall battery. And they said it only lasts like 7 to 10 years before the battery capacity starts to degrade. And this was it was while I was pregnant. So it was right before we were about to have Logan. And I was like, you know what? I don't need an extra $10,000 to $20,000 bill for something that's only going to last 7 to 10 years. So I didn't go for it. And the only reason we even put solar on the roof at that time is because it's the only way we could get our leaking roof fixed before Logan was here. Remember that disaster? That was fun. But yeah, and solar works great in California, not as well in Midwest or areas where you might have more shade. But yeah, no roofing company would fix our roof. And like our living room in our new house and our nursery that I just finished for Logan were both like, the roofs were about to cave in because of a leaking roof. And so I was like, okay, well, we can't have our house cave in right before I'm supposed to have a baby. We can't have our house cave in ever. And every roofing company I called was like, we're booked. We're booked for months. We're booked for months. We can't get you for 4 or 5 months. And I was like, I'm about to have a newborn. Like, this isn't going to work. Can't get to you for 4 to 5 months. And so I super panicked. And the one company I got a hold of that was like, we can fix your roof was a solar company. And so they were like, we can fix your roof, but also solar. And I was like, whatever we have to do, just fix this roof before this baby comes out of my body. Dear God. And so the solar company came in, fixed the roof, put the solar. But yeah, at the time we had just bought a house. So we were super house poor. We'd like used both of our life savings combined to get to put a down payment on this house. Super house poor, and the roof starts caving in, and we're about to have a baby, and we don't know how much the hospital is going to charge us for having this baby. So, whoa. So yeah, when they were like, and also what about a wall battery? It's only going to add like 20 grand to the price. We were like, no, no more. So yeah, so have the solar, don't have the whole home battery, have the UPSs, and also have like an old school gas generator. And I only got the old school gas generator from the year that the SoCal utilities shut off our power for 3 days, right around Christmas. Living in America music. Yeah, exactly. We did get a tax credit on the solar. So we took the astronomical loan that we had to take out to fix the roof and the solar. So that was like, we just got our mortgage, and then we had this big old loan on top of it to fix the roof and the solar. And when we got our 30% tax credit, we put it right back into paying off that loan. And I'm happy to say now that Logan's 7 years old, so here we are 7 years later, we finally, just last year, paid off that loan. Last year, we just finally paid off that loan for the roof leak that happened before Logan was born. So that felt really good. Thank you. That was a really like, whoo! He's 7. I know, it's wild, Catnip Ninja. And there's no 7-year whole home battery to replace that would have cost me 20 grand. Paying off debts is so nice. Yes, so nice. And time does fly when you have kids, for sure. It goes way too fast. It goes way too fast. But yeah, we finally paid off that loan from that disaster. We had, like, when things were all leaking in the living room and the nursery, we had plastic up all over the house. Like, it looked like a Breaking Bad set. And I was like, cool, this baby's coming in a couple weeks. Can we hurry this process up, please? Yeah, it was a lot. But yeah, paid off. And we still have Logan to pay off, but you know, that's a 18 plus year commitment. So we knew we were signing on for that though. That's cool. Power walls have 10-year warranties. There you go. So I guess I'd have 3 more years of that power wall before I'd have to replace it at 20 grand. I'm going to be stacking up payments for another decade. Dude, it's expensive. It's expensive. But it is what it is. It's life, right? Like, you make the choices you make and you live with them, and... Tank says, guessing we'll be playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or maybe something else. Is Logan still under warranty? Man, I wish. Logan's a crazy man. He's always doing stuff that I'm like, oh, very dangerous, please don't do that. Oh, very dangerous, please don't do that. But that's what kids do to us, right? They give us little heart attacks. The Critter Nation says 18 years to pay off how much the hospital charged you to have him. America. We had, I'm trying to think what insurance we had at the time. We had health insurance through Nate's job at the time, which interestingly enough was horrible for pregnancy care. I had to pay, like most American health insurance covers your prenatal care. Ours only covered a portion of it. So we were out for shocker. I think it was great health insurance for Nate, but anything having to do with lady bits was just awful under that health care. So my prenatal visits, I had to pay, I think 30% of every prenatal visit. And then after we got home from the hospital from having Logan, the hospital sent us a bill, the anesthesiologist sent us a bill, and the doctor who delivered Logan sent us a bill. So we got 3 separate bills. But as far as what I understand from my friends, we got away pretty lucky. I think all 3 of those bills together were under $5,000, which we had health insurance and pretty good health insurance that we paid a lot for. But yeah, under $5,000 from what I understand from other friends is actually pretty decent. Did you tell them you have a roof to pay for? Yeah, that's very low. People are saying that's pretty cheap from what you heard. That was me. That's what I heard as well. I have friends that didn't have great insurance, and having a baby, I think it's something like in America, having a baby costs you on average 15 grand from the hospital. But yeah. So, but even still, we were like, I have no idea how much having this baby is going to cost. I can't just be willy-nilly put a wall battery over there. What do you think I did? Especially when we bought this house, we were trying to get a first-time home buyer's mortgage rate and down payment. So if we got first-time home buyers, we would have been able to put as little as 5% down, which is what we were trying to do. So we were like, okay, we've got 5% saved up because California houses are super expensive. We were like, we've got 5% saved up. Come on. We both have good credit scores. Come on. And so every house we were going for, we were just getting outbid because there are other people out in the world that have oodles of money. And they were like, I'm coming in with 20% down. I'm coming down with 50% down. I'm coming in with whole cash offers. And I'm like, we just couldn't compete. So we told our real estate agent, should we just stop trying? Are we just outbid? Do we just stand no chance? Because, just be real with us. If we stand no chance, then we stand no chance. It was absolutely wild. And, I mean, I hear it's even worse right now, STS. I don't know if it's worse in the same way as it was bad for us then. But, every open house we went to, they'd have, 15 offers in the first day. And we just couldn't compete. So, kudos to our real estate agent who showed us houses for almost a year. Before we finally had one of our bids accepted. And it was only because the house hadn't gone to open market yet. So yeah, today's housing market's bad because the interest rates are way up. And when we were looking, it was just that every house that was going on sale had 15 offers, and some of them were $100,000 over asking. And we could barely afford 5% down on asking price, let alone go in and be like, yeah, we'll give you 100,000 more than you were hoping for. So we just, could not compete. But yeah, this house ended up not even going to market because our real estate agent was awesome. And they, basically, we knew we liked this area. And so our real estate agent just kind of went like door to door and was like, who's selling? Who's selling? Who's selling your house? Who's willing to sell your house? Look, you won't even have to list it. We've got buyers that are interested. Until they found a couple that was going to move out. And they basically were just like, how much do you need to not put it on the market? And the couple that previously owned our house said, this is the price we'd need to not go to market. And it was probably on the higher side. But we were just like, whatever, if it goes to market, we get outbid by like 15 other people. So yes, one blood sacrifice later, we got the house. Exactly. So we were like, okay, yes, price, 5%, we can do it. And then, get this, so then partway through our escrow process, the couple that lived in this house at the time were like, we'd really feel more comfortable if you could do 10%. Y'all, do you know how many extra thousands of dollars that is when you're talking California housing prices? And they knew I was prego, by the way. We'd really feel better if you could do 10%. And so Nate and I are like, what are we gonna do? Just a little light extortion as a treat, right? So this is how the universe, sometimes things are meant to be. So right around when all that was happening, Crash Davis says, we'd feel better if you just sell the dang house. This is how the universe told us it was meant to be in a very strange way. This was when I was hosting the show What's News for Comic-Con HQ. Comic-Con HQ basically shut down and killed the show right when we were in escrow on this house, which you might think at first sounds like a real bad thing. However, my contract for that show was written in such a way that even if the show got canceled, they would need to pay me out the rest of the contract. So, the show got canceled, and rather than having to wait every week that we were doing the show to get my paycheck, they just paid me the whole rest of the contract in one check. And so I took that one check and was like, all right, this was supposed to be my income for the next 3 months. But we need it all for house. So here's the extra 5% we didn't have, I guess. And that's how we made that work. Taxes are always a nightmare for me, Buddy Sinister. Always. So yeah, show got canceled. So basically, I lost my job while I was pregnant and trying to buy a house. However, it afforded me the upfront income to be like, here is the extra down on this house. Sure. It was terrifying, Buddy Sinister. We flew by the seat of our pants and figured it out. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. So we were like, oh, okay. I came out of it amazingly well. I kept joking around that check was my maternity leave. But it actually couldn't be my maternity leave. It ended up being extra 5% on the house. So anyway, we were able to make 10% on the house, which we didn't think we were going to be able to do. But we held on to our butts and made it happen. So we got the 10% down, and then it was funny because, that extra check plus what we had saved for, moving costs and maybe furniture all had to be put together to make that extra 5%. So then when we moved in the house, we were like, well, we got no furniture because we have no monies for furniture. All we had was the furniture that we moved out of our tiny little apartment before that. So we moved from tiny little apartment to house. So it was like, okay, well, beanbags, yes. But we have a house. Y'all, it's an adventure. This is what I told my sister when she was looking to buy a house. She's like, we're so house poor. We're going to be so house poor. And I was like, look, the first night Nate and I spent in this house, we slept on the floor in sleeping bags and ordered pizza. Because we didn't have any, like, utensils or, like, we sat and ate pizza on the floor on paper plates. And slept on the floor in sleeping bags. Because that's what we had. You just make it work. And yeah, drive around to rich neighborhoods and see if people are getting rid of furniture. That's great. Go on, like, I don't know, Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace or whatever you got to do. You make it work. And then, you know, after you estate sales, but even estate sales out here, they're like, would you like this bed set? It's only $5,000. And I'm like, dude, I can't afford that. Like, I'm sure it's a $15,000 bed set that you're selling me at this estate sale for $5,000, but that's still expensive. What are you doing? Yeah. It's wild. But yeah, and then you slowly, at least for Nate and I, you slowly start to dig yourself back out of the hole, right? You do it. You slowly, like, here we are, 7+ years later, and we've paid off that extra loan we had to take out right after we bought the house to fix the roof and the solar. Very slowly, you dig yourself out of that hole. STS says, and now you'll live in that house forever. Dude, I never want to go through that again. I never want to move again. Nate always jokes around that we're going to be buried in this backyard because this is where it is. When did we find out about the roof? Let's see. 5 months after moving in. 5 months after moving in is when we found out about the roof. Because we moved in and the inspector inspected the roof. But he was like, the type of roof you have, I can look for like physical leaks, but you're not actually going to know until it rains. But this is Southern California. It rarely rains, which there honestly could have been, this roof could have been trash for 6 years before we bought it. But until there were heavy rainstorms, no one would ever know. So it just so happened that we bought this house, and then that winter, there were back-to-back really heavy rainstorms, which is how we were like, ah, yes, the roof is trash. Cool. So glad we found that out now. And so luckily, we did a lot of legwork, and we got our homeowner's insurance paid for like a very small fraction of it. And our home buyer's warranty, which covers you for the first year after you buy a house if you get an inspection. So our inspection warranty covered a small portion of it too. So we ended up getting, like, out of however much it cost to fix the roof at the time, we probably ended up getting like 20 to 30% of it covered by home buyer's insurance and homeowner's insurance. So every little bit helps, right? Thank you, Rain. But yeah, so then, you know, when we redid the solar, we redid the roof. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we won't have to worry about the roof for another 30 to 40 years because that's how long roofs are supposed to last. But yeah, homeowner. But all in all, we still consider ourselves incredibly lucky to have been able to buy a house. And, like, honestly, we're not even in LA proper. Like, we're in LA County, but we're out in the burbs. Sarah Phony says, for those dreaming about your own house someday, heed my warning from personal experience. Learn how to take care of a house and yard now before you have one so you don't have to literally live with your mistakes. Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Yeah, the market's wild. The market is wild. Our house here in LA County has probably gone up in price 50% from even when we bought it. And that was only 8 years ago. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. Yeah, did I do that math right? Yeah, about 50%, 40 to 50% in value. It's wild, Dark Lamba. And then everyone that's like, you could sell your house and make a killing. It's like, where would we move? Everything's expensive now, and the interest rates are awful. And yeah, Frequency Punch says you got a beautiful pool on your home. We do, but the pool was built when the house was built. So this pool is like 40 years old and will probably need to be redone soon. And just from people we've talked to that are like, do you know how much it is to redo a pool? I don't even want to think about it. I don't even want to think about it. But yes, it's going to be very expensive when we have to redo that. And we're probably going to have to redo that in the next couple of years. And a pool is a lot of upkeep too. You'd be better off filling it in. No. Yeah, redo pool can run up to like $40K. The estimates I heard were like 50 to 75. Huh. Sell a house and move into an IRL vault. Yeah, so much. Turn it into a 6 skate ramp. I mean, maybe Logan would love that. Nate used to be a skater when he was younger. Buddy says, dude, the dirt alone would be more than the pool itself later. No, I don't know. I haven't looked that much into it, but like you can start to see, because like I said, our pool is like 30 to 40 years old at this point, something like that. Probably almost 40 years old at this point, from the original owners. And you can start to see like chunks of the walls or of the bottom of it just start to like come off. You're like, oh, all right. Nate was a skater boy when he was younger. It's true. I don't even know, Lord G. Does having a pool raise the value of the house? I don't even know. We're not selling, though. We're not selling anytime soon. Like I said, my husband jokes that we're going to be buried in the backyard, so... Sprinkle says when my parents owned a house and then they were selling the house, they just filled it in. Yeah, because, I mean, a pool's a lot of upkeep, so I guess whatever it would raise the value of in a house, then the people who are buying also have to think about, like, then I'm going to have to pay for this pool, which could be a downside for some buyers. But yeah, I know we're all thinking of the Avril Lavigne song right now. All of us. Hawaiian guy's cracking me up, says, and we're all in an earthquake zone, says Eardle, and then Hawaiian guy said cemetery plots are expensive. There you go, saving money. Ball pit pool. That's what I remember Erika Ishii's old house. They filled in the pool and turned it into a ball pit rather than paying to maintain the pool. Yeah. No, Inquiring Mind, the skater boy, she said, see you later, boy. That one. I'm sure I'm getting the lyrics wrong, but you know which one I mean. Because we were talking about Nate being a skater boy. But yeah, Nate was actually in the newspaper for helping his area as a kid to have their own skate park. So, like, I don't know if any of you have, like, funny newspaper clips from, like, the one time you were in the newspaper as a kid. I think I have 2 in my house. My first grade talent show, I made the school paper because I was like half the height of everybody else, so I think everybody thought I was younger than the rest of the kids in my act. But also I like knocked over half the set during our performance. Because I'm real smooth like that, just saying, even all the way back to first grade. So I knocked over half the set during our first grade performance, and I made the newspaper as in like, I think the newspaper called me the next Annette Funicello in first grade. So that's one newspaper clipping I know my parents saved. And then I have one more from when I won Miss Pennsylvania. Because they were like, local girl wins beauty pageant. Those are my 2 newspaper clippings. But Nate's newspaper clipping is like, local boy helps fund skater park and defies boundaries. So that was Nate's. And he's in like The real, what were they called? Those real, like, oversized. He was in all, like, really oversized clothes with his rollerblades on. It's very funny to look at now. It's very, very funny. Prime says, I've never been in the news, thank goodness. Well, yes, Janko jeans, exactly. That's what I'm thinking of. That's what he used to wear. Because he said he liked them because he could pull them off and on over his rollerblades. The local girl is gorgeous and clumsy is the sum of your newspaper fame. Yes. And very, very, the clumsy part, very on brand for me, for sure. I was prime operative. I was Miss Pennsylvania years and years and years ago for a small pageant circuit called the American Co-ed Circuit. So it's not the Miss Universe Circuit. It's not the Miss America Circuit. It's called the American Co-ed Circuit. And it doesn't mean co-ed like boys. It means co-ed like college co-eds because their main division is their college age division. And it's like a scholarship pageant program. But yes, I have joked around about my tiara and it made the funnies and the bloopers on SourceFed back in the day. What would convertible car Trish think about today's Trish? She would think she was kind of boring and settled down. But that's all right. I'll take boring and settled down at this point in my life. That's okay. Dante says you got a scholarship. So the pageant was a small scholarship. Yes. But also I worked my buns off in high school and had no friends and didn't go to parties so that I could get a full academic scholarship to college, which I did. Not to say that you have to do that. You can still probably have friends and go to parties and stuff like that and get a full academic scholarship. But that was not my journey. My journey was like blinders just on schoolwork and extracurriculars. Everything else is a distraction. Must look as good on a college application as possible so that they pay for me to go to college. Like some sort of nerd. Exactly. You got it, Christian. So that's what I did. I did not get a full scholarship for acting, but I did get a full academic scholarship and then use it for acting. Which, in hindsight, maybe I could have gotten a degree that was more useful. However, it worked out for me in the long run, so I'm not mad about it. But yeah, I worked my tushy off in high school. Anytime people are like, high school was the best years of my life, I'm like, not for me. High school was grueling for me. I went like 6 a.m. till 10 p.m. every day, Monday through Friday, just with like school and extracurriculars all the time. So I didn't have time for like a social life I had the friends who were in my extracurriculars, but that was it. And then in college, I had fun. In college, I met my people and had fun and played a lot of video games. It was a good time. Paladin says, I loved doing extracurriculars, but I hated the fact that I had to deal with people who bullied me. You and I were in the same boat, and I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Other kids can be really mean. Was I the valedictorian? No, because my school voted on valedictorian. And when you're not the popular kid, guess who doesn't get voted the valedictorian? I think you had to be in the top 5 or 10% of your class. So you had to be in the top 5 or 10% of your class to run for valedictorian and salutatorian. You could run for valedictorian and salutatorian, but you had to be in the top 5 to 10% of your class. And so I ran, but I was not popular. So I did not win. And I was very salty about it. And the way you ran for it was almost like an audition, but for your peers and the other teachers. You had to write a speech and give a speech. And mind you, at that time, I was the state champion in speech writing for the speech and debate team. I was on the speech and debate team, and my speech that I had written and given, I won states, okay? So I was very good at writing and delivering speeches. I won states. I am still bitter about it, you can tell. And so I'm like, okay, I'm in the top 10% of my class. I'm going to write this killer speech that I could give at a graduation, like with all of my speech writing skills that I had studied and competed with over the 4 years on speech and debate team. I didn't win nationals, though. You're right. STS. I won states. I didn't win nationals. So I wrote this beautiful speech, themed it, through line, brought it home at the end, like real good stuff. Delivered it like gangbusters. And the speech that won my year, I'm not going to say unkind things, but I would have had a page of notes if I was judging that speech and debate tournament. That's what I will say. But yeah, the faculty and the students voted for 2 other people that were not me, valedictorian and salutatorian. And I was very upset about it. Whirlin, thank you for the hydrate reminder. And also, the school I went to was a college prep school. It was an all-girls college prep school. And I'm not going to say for sure that I know that whose family makes the largest donations to the school plays into this voting for valedictorian thing. But it could have. Buddy Sinister, that was my thinking. That was my thinking. There it is. Fire Scorpion. So it didn't not play into it. Exactly. So I just basically had to give up on the fact that I would not be valedictorian or salutatorian. And honestly, I was so salty about it. This was really nice. My English teacher, senior year, felt so bad for me. Because no joke, my speech was awesome. It was so good. My senior year English teacher felt so bad for me that at, I forget what they called it. There was like another graduation ceremony that maybe was like, because it was a Catholic school, maybe it was like the graduation mass that goes along with it, like the church ceremony that goes along with it. I was allowed to give my speech at that event. So while I was not the valedictorian or the salutatorian, they gave me an opportunity to speak at the graduation mass. And so I gave my speech then. So I still at least, some people got to hear my speech. Baccalaureate. Thank you, Jofo. Yes. So I got to give a speech there. Gosh, this is all so long ago. But at least people got to hear my speech.
You have returned.
Yeah, that was nice. Shout out to my high school senior English teacher for coming through for me on that. It was like, I like to think it was because it was very obvious how robbed I was, but yeah, voting for valedictorian stinks. It was so backwards too, because at that school, voting for valedictorian and salutatorian, yet prom queen was just randomly drawn out of a hat. Isn't valedictorian and salutatorian supposed to be merit-based? And prom queen is like the weird thing people vote on? Right, what? How does that even work? I don't know. Adamantis Kane, welcome back, my friend. I saw D gave us a posture check, sitting up straight, and one who built it gave us a stretch. How does that logic work? I don't know. High school was a weird time for me, y'all. Although, if they did it merit-based, I would not have been valedictorian. I would have been salutatorian because I was second academically in my class. There was one girl in my class who always scored better than me on tests. So I wouldn't have been top of my class. I would have been second in my class. I was not prom queen. No, my friend Lindsay got it, which was really funny because she was like one of my friends from extracurriculars, and she was like a very quiet-spoken person, like just kept to herself and her small group of friends mostly. So I think she was really like I don't want to say uncomfortable, but like nervous when she got it. Like I don't think she necessarily was seeking that attention in any way. Bizarro World High School. Yes, just your average dad. I am in many ways. STS says the goth joke candidate won prom queen in your school, and it was the funniest thing ever. That's awesome. No, I wouldn't have wanted to be prom queen either. I was like, let the popular girls have their popular girl competition. That's fine. I don't need to get in on their world. That's their thing. But yeah, I was super salty that the valedictorian, salutatorian speech writing competition became a popular girl vote. I was so pissed because I was like, these are the only things that I'm good at, y'all, is academics and public speaking. Let me have this. You're all good at lots of other things, like socializing and fashion and being cool and sports and stuff. Like, you have your things. Let me have my thing. Nope. Crash Davis, it all worked out the way it was supposed to, for sure. But yeah, in high school, I was pretty mad about that. How did we get talking about valedictorian? I don't know how we got to talking about that. But yes.
No.
No. Thank you, Nathan. Oh, that was perfect. That was perfect. I don't remember the whole speech, like I didn't memorize it, but the speech generally, the way that I had done it was, I talked about, here's the basic synopsis of this speech that I was so proud of. It's cheesy AF, y'all, but keep in mind, I was in high school. So, and just go with the cheese. Embrace the cheese and you're going to love this speech, right? So, I talked about how high school was like embarking on an adventure into the unknown. And I likened the whole thing to Wizard of Oz. So I talked about how we arrived and realized we weren't in Kansas anymore on our first day of freshman year. And so, so freshman year, and I forget, it was like each year had its own like theme through the movie. Like one year was like the Tin Man year where we found our heart. One year was the courage year. One year was the academic year for the Scarecrow. And then at the end, we brought it back home. Yeah. So after I had my introduction and my body paragraphs, and then I brought it all back in the conclusion to say, like, and as we go off into the future, we'll remember, like, there is no place like home, our home, this high school. It was cheesy AF, but let me tell you how well written this was. Like, the whole thing tied in so beautifully and moved well and drowning in the cheese. This sounds like a Gouda speech. Yes, it was very, very cheesy. But yeah, the whole thing was a Wizard of Oz theme. And we had like one hallway in our school was the yellow. There was like the red hallway and the gold hallway. So we kind of had like the yellow brick road in our school. So I tied that into it because our school colors were gold, yellow and red. So the red slippers and the yellow brick road were very easy tie-ins. But yeah, it was a brilliant and very cheesy speech. But I'm telling you, you understand the salt more now, buddy. I worked really hard on that. That's what I did. That was the extracurricular. I was like, I was team captain. Was that my official title of the speech and debate team? Your high school colors were red and gold as well. Do I still have the speech saved somewhere? I don't know. Unless it's something my mom saved. Probably not. But yeah, someone said, why didn't you go with The Hobbit? No one would have understood it. I needed something that everyone was going to like be able to relate to. Times New Ponin says our valedictorian was so nervous he got up there, locked up, and then eventually said, I'll just email it to you, and walked off stage. Poor thing. And see, and I guess from that perspective, I can maybe understand, like, the auditioning of it all. Because then at least you know you get people that are going to be okay public speakers. But not when the auditioning is just a popularity contest. STS says, see, I would have put in deep cut nerd references that only I knew just for fun. I mean, I could have done that. But I was like, again, in the mindset of, especially when I was writing speeches to compete for speech and debate, you want your judges to understand your references, right? Or else you're not going to win. Like, you're trying to appeal to your audience. It was very much my mindset at the time because that's what I was doing on speech and debate. I think my speech that won states was on the scientific benefits of behaving in a childlike manner. So that was my way to talk about, like, video games and playing make-believe and all of that kind of stuff, and that can actually be good for you, which is now kind of funny because that's what I do for a living. I'm like a professional adult child for my job. But yes, that's my speech that won states, was the scientific benefits of behaving in a childlike manner. Ah, Joker Joe, you said you did do mock trial and got best witness every time. Nice. Nice. And Music Man says, in hindsight, a valedictorian speech is a lot of pressure for an 18-year-old. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But yeah, so I was trying to appeal to my audience, which was all of my faculty and fellow top 10% classmates or whoever got to vote on it. I don't remember the specifics of, everyone who got to vote for it. But yeah, it was a good speech. There were so many clever references all the way through. Just saying. Not to toot my own horn, but it was a good speech. STS says you should have just brought up Jesus a lot. I mean, that might have gotten the faculty vote. I'm trying to think if the girl who did end up being our valedictorian brought up Jesus in her speech. She might have. She might have. I don't remember. How many people were in my graduating class? I went to a relatively small school, so I had 95 in my graduating class. It was an all-girls Catholic college preparatory academy. And yeah, I was one of 95 in my graduating class. It was very fun. But you're right, we should do a poll soon. STS says, I get that. I'm graduating from grad school and I'm skipping walking to get my diploma. Too many eyes on me. I get that. Your graduating class was 606. I know Nate's graduating class was really big too. But I went to a tiny high school and a tiny college. I think my graduating class at my college was only like 400 something. But yeah, I mean, I grew up in a small town. In a small suburb outside Philadelphia. And I went to college in a small suburb outside Philadelphia. Your graduating class was almost 1,000, but at Atomic Doc, you only had 62. And my school was really funny about how they did GPAs because it was a college prep school. Every class, like our regular classes, were considered what other schools would call track 1. And that, so we just had, everybody was like in the advanced class because that was their regular classes. And then we had AP classes sometimes on top of that. But because of that, none of our classes were ever weighted in terms of GPA. So like I had a friend who went to a nearby public school, and any of her track 1 classes, her GPA was weighted. So she was able to graduate from high school with a like 4.2 GPA, like over a 4.0. And in my school, there was no such thing as over a 4.0 because they didn't weight any of the GPAs. So I remember being a little bit salty about that too, because then when I was applying to colleges, my GPA didn't look as good as someone who went to a different school but studied the exact same stuff and got the exact same grades, just because of the way that the school weighted the GPAs. I was real salty about that. I was really salty about a lot of things in high school and college grade-wise that ultimately did not matter at all. Did not matter at all in the real world. Yeah, Corgi says my valedictorian had a 4.84 GPA. That's not a thing that could have existed in my school. The absolute highest you could get in my school was a 4.0. And I think I had a 3.96 when I graduated or something like that. But yeah, so for me to have a 3.96 at my school, which was like very, very difficult. I was second in my class and it was super competitive. And then to have one of my friends who just went to a different school, like, oh, I have a 4.3. And I was like, what? But again, then you get after school and none of it matters. None of it matters. Lucas. I was not cool. Lucas, I was not cool. I was the... It's funny, we just watched... So if anyone knows the movie School of Rock with Jack Black, we just watched that with Logan last night because we're trying to talk him into like a rock band summer camp this summer. And when we were watching School of Rock, there's the little girl in it who is like the one who's like, you're not teaching us anything. How do I get graded for that? I want to be the band manager. She's the one like that sits right up front and has a lot to say about everything. That was me. That does not make you the cool kid. That makes you 100% the not cool kid. Definitely the not cool kid. Raptor Blade, you didn't have GPAs, but you scored the highest, and they changed the system and said we don't want to differentiate between the top 10, but they just did it for your graduating year. Aw, I hope it wasn't really just about you, but that does suck. You should have gotten recognized for that. Varen says nerdy did not equal cool in school. In my day, it made you the target. In my day, it made you the target as well. Trisha, that girl was actually Miranda Cosgrove. Hold on, let me look. Is that the actress? Is that what you mean? Yes. The part that Miranda Cosgrove played in School of Rock. That was like for real me in school. And Nate called it too. Nate was like, that was 100% you in school, wasn't it? And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Man, Miranda Cosgrove is beautiful now. I don't pay attention to Hollywood stuff, but like, whoo. Nerdy was not popular. Like, being like, yay, I'm president of Mathletes does not make you cool. Being president of National Latin Honor Society does not make you cool. Being head of team captain of the speech and debate team does not make you cool. None of that makes you cool. And being the kid that's like freaking out because you got one question wrong on your AP American history test, that also does not make you cool. It makes you high anxiety. She is beautiful. I just looked her up. Yeah, she's beautiful. Do I play chess? I love chess. We've actually taught Logan chess, and now we play chess with Logan on our phones when we're like at a restaurant and food's taking a long time or something like that. But honestly, Crash Davis says, way to trigger a bad memory. I've worked through all of that. But just to tell you how bad it was, this is probably my most extreme that my mom and I still laugh about today. So the night before, it's so embarrassing. The night before my AP American History test, and this was my junior year of high school, I'm trying desperately to cram the night before because even though I studied for each individual test, my brain tends to ingest information, regurgitate it for the test, let go of it so that we can make room for more stuff. So when you get to that big end of the year test that's supposed to encompass all of that material, I like have to remind myself of all of it. So the night before I'm like it's impossible to go through this textbook that's like this thick, but I'm trying. I'm going through all my old flashcards. I'm up till like probably 3:30 in the morning, like just sleep deprived at this part, trying to cram for this AP history test. And I've got myself, my little teenage hormonal self, I've got myself so worked up that I took the car keys, my mom's car keys, out and went outside and laid on the driveway in front of the car and threw the car keys and said, "Just run over me, why don't you?" Again, I was a theater kid, so I may have been a little bit dramatic. But this was the headspace I was in trying to study for this AP American history test, because in my mind, I had convinced myself that I was going to get an awful score on this AP American history test, and then every college I applied to was going to see my awful score on this AP American history test, because they send these scores to all the colleges you're applying to, and then all of those schools were going to think I was not worthy of coming to their school, and I'd never get into college, and my life was going to be over. And so this is what happened in my head. And so I legitimately went outside, laid down on the driveway, threw the keys at my mother and said, "Just run over me, why don't you?" Because I thought my life was over, clearly. Fast forward 24 hours to me being done the test. The test went fine. I did not get a perfect story. Like, who said they got a perfect score? Good for you. This is why most adults still have nightmares about high school, Tom Hitstart. I agree. Overdramatic theater kid Trish was real. Yeah, for real. But who was it? STS? STS, you said you got a perfect score on your AP history test. Good for you. I got a 4, which they're scored from 1 to 5. 4 still gets you college credit. Totally okay with my score of a 4. So me freaking out the night before was totally unwarranted. But yeah, that's the kid that I was in high school. You know what? That does not make you popular or cool. Dissonant Frequency says, I think I also got a 4 on that one. I can't remember. Yeah, I got a 4 on AP History. And then senior year, I didn't take, so that was AP American History. Senior year, I didn't end up taking AP European History because I got into the program that let you take half your classes at a nearby college, thereby just getting the college credit because they were college classes, rather than having to go through the whole stress of the AP test. Crash Davis says, if I did that, my dad would have started driving the car towards me. Oh, gosh. No, my parents just stood there and pointed and laughed at me, which, like, at the time was very frustrating. But now being a parent, I totally understand. Because it must have been funny as hell. It must have been really, really funny. You got 3s on AP Calculus, Science, and English, Dissonant Frequency. Nice. And you got a 4 on AP Psych. Nice. Tank Shade X says, I remember a source fed animated about you being angry over a grade. I got angry over grades all the time. That was par for the course for me. That was like a regular, probably monthly occurrence for me, freshman through senior year, was me being salty about grades. And honestly, even in college, I got salty about grades. Thank you for the posture check. I was totally not sitting up straight. I got salty about grades in college, especially because I was a theater major. So a lot of the grades you get in your acting classes and directing classes, a lot of the grades you get are entirely subjective. Like, you just do your performance, and then the teacher's like, I don't know, B. That's how it felt to me, at least. Which, with my type of brain, does not work well. And so, yeah, I was like, what do you mean, I don't know, B? Now you're going to bring down my whole GPA just because you felt like a B today? What could I have done differently? So that was very tough for me. And in the college that I went to, in the theater department, they believed that A, it says in our school handbook, A demonstrates mastery of the subject, And in our theater program specifically, they were like, and no one's the master actor. So we don't believe in giving A's for theater performance classes. So again, to a kid like me, I was like, so I just can never have a nice GPA? Like, if I'm going to be a theater major, I just have to be okay with the fact that I'm never going to get a good GPA? Yeah, I was real salty about it. But I definitely... So, like, because the performances were all subjective grades, when there was something that was like a paper or something I had to write on theater history...
Come,
Seraphony! Welcome to the Dragon Riders. Thank you for the sub. When there was like a paper I had to write or something, and I'd get it back, and it'd be like an A-, a 92, let's just say. And I'm like, no. These papers are my only chance to make up for this awful GPA that I got for my performance stuff, because they don't believe in giving A's for that. In Grand Trisha, not very cool fashion, I would take my paper and put it side by side with what the assignment was on the syllabus and see how they were marking the papers, and then make an appointment with the teacher during their office hours to go in their office and say, I see you've given me a 92 on this paper that I wrote. I would like to know where the 8 points were deducted, please, because I'm looking at what you've asked me to do here on the syllabus, and I would love to know where all 8 points were deducted. Thank you. And then they would go through the paper with me, and every single time they could not tell me where all 8 points or whatever it was were deducted. They could find things that were like, well, this could have been better, and this could have been different, and this could have been different. And I'm like, cool, I see you've notated 4 points worth of things there. That would give me a 96, which is an A. Will you be adjusting my grade, or is there something else here I'm missing? That's the one on SourceFed Animated. Yeah. Because I'm like, I'm happy to understand what I did wrong so that I could do it better next time. But if you, as the teacher, can't explain to me what I did wrong, then I should have gotten a better grade, don't you think? Again, not the cool kid. Snack Pack says, geez, that's a lot of stress to deal with in school. You have to understand, Snack Pack, the only thing I was good at was academics. That's all I had. Like, other kids were maybe good at making friends. They were good at sports. Maybe they were good at art. Maybe they were good at singing. This is what I was good at. So I was like, you need to give me cred for the one thing I'm good at. That's all I have. But you guys are saying Trisha was a mean girl, but I wasn't being mean to other people. I kept to myself. I wasn't like shaming other classmates at all. Yeah, I wasn't mean to anybody else. In fact, because I was excluded so much, I was very inclusive of other people. Like, I was very much everybody needs to be invited to everything, because I was always the kid that was not invited to things, and that hurts and that sucks. So we're not going to do that to other people as long as I have any say in it. Why didn't I just get a makeover where I take off my glasses and win the competition? Just pull a straight up she's all that. Because straight up she's all that doesn't work. And Snack Pack says, you would have had a meltdown in a corporate world. Nothing is graded correctly, and most of it is made up. Snack Pack, so that's exactly what happened to me post-college. So I graduated college thinking real life was going to be me getting out into the working world and just clearly showing everyone how excellent my grades were in college and what a hard worker I am, and that I was just going to get a really high-paying job because I'm an overachiever and a perfectionist, and this is how it works. I put in the hard work, I get the reward. This is what I had learned from school, right? And then real world is nothing like that. And my first 2 years out of college were the biggest reality check. It was very sad for me. It was very sad for me. None of it matters. None of it matters anymore. I gave myself so much stress for so many years only to get into the real world to realize none of that matters. In fact, overachievers just get exploited for low pay. Exactly. Everyone had lied to me my whole life. Rob says, stand back, world. Here I come. Boss, here, make copies of these. Yes. Yes. Being a good public speaker can be very helpful. I agree with that. And being confident is the most helpful in job interviews. Being helpful is the best. But no. We all fell for that sales pitch of get good grades in school, go to college, get good grades in school. You'll get a really good job. Nope. No. Yeah, Dante, I would say it took me about 2 years to really make peace with the fact that overachieving does not get you your goals. It was very hard. Like, I saw people I knew from high school, not my high school, but like other people that I knew just from, like, that were the same age group as me from other schools that were really popular in school, that like the She's All That type of movies had convinced me that the people that are popular in high school but don't work on their grades, like all they're going to have is high school, right? And they're going to trip and fall in adulthood. And I would end up like the Bill Gates, right? I'd be really successful because I was really nerdy and put in the time and work. That's what I thought. And then I got out into the real world and saw like people that were popular and did not get good grades at all landing like amazing sales jobs. And this was during the mortgage sales boom. And like those people were like raking it in, selling mortgages because they were good at talking to other people. They were sociable. They were the popular kids. That's what they're good at, right? And for me, it was like, okay, here I am waiting tables, trying to audition for acting jobs. And here's, Mr. D is for diploma over here, bringing in 10,000 plus a month selling mortgages. What? What? Tyneek says having no morals also helps. And that was probably a big part of it that I didn't understand then. But, ooh, was that a reality check? That comparison was a big reality check for me. Or when I got my first agent out in LA and she looked at me and said, I need to take your college diploma off your resume. What? I just worked really hard to get really good grades for that college diploma. And this agent's like, no, we're taking it off your resume because I don't want people to know you've graduated college because it ages you. And I'm trying to sell you for 18 to play younger. And if you have a college degree on this acting resume, people know you're at least 21. That was another big, like, reality check moment of, oh, it was all for nothing. All of that was for nothing. Cool. Neat. Thank you, agent. So, yeah, it was watching all the D's for diploma kids in their penthouse apartments in Los Angeles. And then not even being able to put my college degree on my resume. It was those two things put together that were the real catalysts for me to just have to make peace with the fact that no one cares about school. Dante says you should just start playing something before you start spiraling. I'm having Landar, thank you for the bits. You said you were really enjoying today's stories. I'm laughing at today's stories. I know it probably seems like I'm getting worked up. Legitimately, I'm not getting worked up. These are all things I have worked through with the help of therapy over the years as an adult. They are a part of my origin story. And I'm grateful for them as a part of my origin story. RCV says, I'm surprised we didn't get serial killer Trish. Speaking of that, what's that movie? It's one of the earliest movies that, and now I'm forgetting, that Reese Witherspoon is in. Where she's like trying to be class president. What is that movie called? Someone help me. What is that movie called? Election. Yes. Thank you. 100%. That movie is like the hyper dramatized version of my origin story. I saw that movie and was like, totally get it. Now, for those of you that haven't seen it, it's a dark comedy. It's very funny. But like, I saw that movie and was like, 100% get where she's coming from. Totally get it. Which is probably not the reaction they want you to have as the audience. But I also, as like the theater major, was like, I'm so sad I didn't get that role.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Because I feel like that role
Praise
was
the
written
sub.
for me, and I was just a few years too late for it. I feel like that role was written for me. I could have killed it.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Disco
Praise the
Cobra
sub.
and CP Falcon both sharing community subs on the channel. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. I thank you for helping grow this community. I share these stories with you guys in hopes that, I don't know, that we've all gone through stuff, right? That I feel like people don't talk about enough. West Coast Wolverine, I love your name. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. That's a very, very kind of you. But I feel like sharing these things could be helpful to someone else, or maybe make us all realize we're not in it alone, because at least in the small town I grew up in, I felt very alone in a lot of the things that I was dealing with. And it wasn't until, like I told you, there were 95 kids in my graduating class. It wasn't until college, where there were only 400 kids in each class, that I started to even feel like I found people that understood me and got me. And then when I got out to adulthood, and really honestly with the internet, was able to like find forums on the internet and connect with other people, that I was like, oh, there are people that like the same things I like. And there are people that kind of understand some of the challenges and difficulties that I feel very alone in going through. And so I always feel like it's important to share that stuff. Which was kind of honestly the thing that I liked. I know you shared a source-fed animated, but that was one of the things that I really enjoyed about...
Praise the sub.
One of the things I really enjoyed about like the table talk episodes and just kind of the real chats. Now, I know some of the table talks were just bits over and over, but I always enjoyed the real chats. Tyneek, that's hilarious. Forlorn Knight, thank you for the gift subs as well. And Disco Cobra, thank you for the bits. Oh my gosh, guys. Hype train going strong. And yeah, thanks to the folks that are here right now. And yes, Bubba, that's probably the case. I know Irdle was like, whoa, are there 650 people in here? I might be the only Alienware Arena person streaming right now, which thank you to Alienware and the Alienware Hive. The Alienware Hive does something really cool where if you are an Alienware Arena member and you watch any of the Alienware Hive streamers that have it set up, you can earn Alienware Arena points, or Alienware or reward points is what they call them, ARP. You can earn them just by watching Alienware Hive streamers. So sometimes we'll get a bunch of people in that are just lurking, just chilling in the background, because they're, you know, collecting, there we are, their ARP. And I appreciate you being here however you found it. Yes, I'm the only arena streamer that's live right there. There you go. But yeah, for those of you who watch my streams regularly and didn't know about that, get your free ARP. Use it for a new keyboard or something. Or games. You can trade them in for free games all the time. Boyce Game says, I'm glad I finally found a social circle to connect with. When I used to live in LA, so many people blew me off. Like, yeah, life sucks, so what? Man up. But current social circle is way more considerate of how difficult it is out there. And Boyce Games, I actually had a similar problem, but opposite. I felt like the kind of theater nerd in me was much more embraced when I came to Los Angeles than it was on the East Coast, which is funny because there's a thriving theater scene, obviously in New York City, even in Philadelphia. But I felt like the people there were very kind of like cool kids in inner circle. You had like, unless you broke into the inner circle of the cool kids, you weren't good enough to be in the theater scene there. Whereas when I got to LA, like everyone's trying, right? So they kind of respect the hustle, or at least that's how I felt. Is when I got out here and was hustling, it wasn't looked down upon. It was kind of respected. Yes, check out ARP, everybody. Go get your ARP. And yes, it could also be the 2.5 hours of just chatting. Yeah, just chatting is always a good time. Have I ever physically assaulted one of my teachers? No, Jovo, no. First of all, I'm 5'0" as we started, and 1/2 inch, as we started at the beginning of today's stream talking about. So no, I'm not about to get in a physical altercation with anybody. Strength is my dump stat. And yes, most of them were nuns. Irtle the Albonian is correct. Definitely not. And no, my teachers were lovely. I liked my teachers. I really liked and respected all my teachers. Birdie Corn, welcome back. Thank you for the resub. Yeah, I wasn't mad at my teachers. I mean, I was frustrated with my teachers when I felt like they gave me a poor grade just because. But we always came to some kind of compromise. Yeah, no, physical assault's never the answer. As I say to my son, people are not for hurting. Odyssey says, were you the type of kid that related more to teachers and adults more than other kids? Probably. Yeah. Although I was very much in my own little world. Like, I had imaginary friends, and I was always trying to get other people to play nerdy board games with me, and none of them ever wanted to. So when I finally got my first video game console, or started playing PC games, I was like, oh, it's like a board game that I can play by myself. I don't need to coax someone into playing with me. Yay! Forlorn Knight says people are not for hurting. I'm going to steal that. That's like very common little kids psychology speak. Like when you're teaching toddlers things, like especially when they get really upset and they don't know how to handle their emotions. Like some kids will bite, some kids will hit. And people are not for hurting is like a great blanket statement. Or like some kids when they're really little too will sometimes like when they're really mad like pinch themselves or hurt themselves, and people are not for hurting is great for that too, because you're like any people, whether it's yourself, another person, no thank you, no thank you. Sometimes I end up going like full mom speak with people, and apparently there's content creators out there that just do whole sketches of like talking to adults with that type of kid psychology speech where they're like talking to their racist aunt. And they're just using phrases like that where they're saying things like, oh, no, thank you. We don't treat other people that way. Like that kind of stuff. And I hear it's hilarious. Have not seen it for myself, but hear it's absolutely hilarious. Boys Game says, it's like a board game I can play by myself. Oh my God, Kid Trish and Kid Tyler should have hung out. See? And it wasn't until I got to college really that I found people that were like, I like those things too. And then it was like, oh, like I think I told you guys, me and my best friend in college that ended up being my roommate, we were like over lunch in the cafeteria, like, I think you're my best friend here. And she was like, I think you're my best friend here. And then without talking about it, we both awkwardly shook hands across the table and it was settled. What? That's not like a normal social interaction, but that's just the way my brain and her brain also worked. And in that moment, we just both realized we were like soul sisters. Best friends business agreement. Yes. And that's my college roommate, Katie, that lives in New York, that sometimes y'all have seen in my content over the years. I adore her. She and I are same brain. And honestly, Forlorn Knight says, nah, that's a formal agreement of besties. Completely normal. But like, honestly, I'm sure that both she and I were probably tough personalities for a lot of people to deal with. Like, I firmly believe that the reason I got so much crap from other kids in high school is because I was probably a difficult personality type to deal with, right? But when you find that other person, like Nate and I are the same. right? Like, he and I get along really well. And I tend to really gravitate towards other people that are really strong personality types because that's what I do well with. And that's what does well with me. And I find sometimes that, and of course, now that I'm older, I'm better at dealing with other personality types that I think when I was younger, I would have said maybe just not my type of person. However, you know, like sometimes I will just say something that I think is a totally normal way to say something, but maybe I'll say it too quickly or to the point, and someone else will perceive the way that I said that as offensive in some way, or picking on them specifically when that's not at all how I intended it. And like, communication's hard, y'all. It really is. It really, really is. And so it's just something that I think as you get older, you get a little bit of a better handle on. And so I try to be much more self-aware of it now. I try really hard. Let's see. Titanium, what did you say you always taught your children? I always taught my children of autism, never ever hurt yourself or others, not even in self-defense. Because other autism persons would do self-harm to kind of passively get what they want, and some just run out of words and hit. Yeah, I mean, I have not dealt with that personally, but I think that's probably very helpful. But yeah, I just always default to people who are not for hurting. No, thank you. Much like texting, it's a lot of tone. Yeah. And words are important. Word choice is important, but how you say it is also important. My personality type tends to be very get stuff done and get it done quickly, which in my, in me trying to get things done efficiently, I think sometimes that can come off to other people as, maybe they perceive that as me, not understanding or not giving space and time to what they're trying to say. And so I try now to be a much better listener. But even when I'm like co-hosting with people, I find that in co-hosting, I do a lot better with other people that are very, I always described it as like fast talkers, quick energy, because we're kind of on the same pace as other people. Whereas sometimes when I'm co-hosting with people that are a bit more slower paced in how they deliver things, or a bit more soft-spoken, I can tend to accidentally run over them, you know? And you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Yeah, I found someone who's awkward matched my awkward. Booty bandit. Both in my college roommate and also in my husbando. That's what it's all about. But yeah, I try. Beardtastic says it's why you and Erica were so great together on Game Engine. Thank you. But yeah, it's like Anthony Carboni and I find co-host very well together. But when there's people that don't match my energy, it throws me off. And so you'll hear sometimes if I'm like co-hosting with someone new or guesting on someone's podcast, there are sometimes a lot of awkward like starts and stops. And it's because I can't naturally tell where their phrase is going to end. So I'm either like waiting for them to say more, or I think they've finished. So then I start to say something, but they're still going. And it can be a little tricky. Whereas like Erica is a very high energy, fast paced person. Anthony Carboni is a very high energy, fast paced person. Steve Zaragoza is a very high energy, fast paced person in how he talks and delivers. And so yeah, it's a little tricky. Joe Fo says, Trisha, what about you and Tom Merritt? I love Tom Merritt so much. He is not as fast as I am. And so anytime I'm on Daily Tech News Show, and they always have different hosts, right? So then it's like a new adventure every time. I always try to remind myself to wait to talk. I'm like, just wait. If you don't know, just wait. When in doubt, just wait. Wait till someone says, Trisha, what do you think about that? Before you just inject your opinion, right? So it's a little bit more formalized than some of the content that I do that's a little more casual and laid back with people that I've hosted with before. But I think the nice thing about people that I'm very used to co-hosting with is it really does become comfortable and laid back and easy, and gives the show a more casual vibe. If you want it to have a more casual vibe. Some shows really want it to be very professional, and that's different. But Landar says, I can't keep up with the fast-paced types, but I appreciate any time with you a lot. Thank you, Landar. We appreciate you too. You had to retire your N7 hoodie? Oh no. Where do you get, Boys Games, where do you get your N7 hoodie? I'm curious. My college roomie was so sweet because she did not play video games, but she liked to watch me play video games. So I'd be playing Sims or Diablo, and she'd be like on the sidelines cheering me on or making commentary or like, oh, go get that one over there. Or watch out. So like it would still be a communal experience, even though she didn't enjoy controlling the games. So we had a good time, she and I. And now it's cute because now she does that for her wife. Her wife plays games. She still does not, but she is supportive and she cheers on her wife when she plays. So it's very cute because she'll call me and be like, I want to get my wife a new console. How do I do it? Like she was like, how do I get the new PS5? And this was like right when it came out. I was like, girl, it is hard. It is hard to get hands on the PS5 right now. But I will keep my ear out to try to see when any of them drop and go on sale. And I told her like the things to sign up for, the different sites to sign up for that are supposed to notify you when new inventory stocks. And she ended up getting one and was like the best Christmas Santa that year ever for her partner. So fun. I was kind of streaming with my college bestie before streaming. It's true. It's true. First, you got to know a guy, but I was kind of her Noah guy, right? Like she was like, who do I know that works in gaming that might be able to help me out? It was me. I was really excited that she got it though. It was great. 'Twas great. But yeah, I guess maybe that was training for streaming. I don't know. Which, speaking of streaming, we should play a game today. We've been going almost 3 hours and I haven't even touched a game for the day. We've just been chatting, but that's all right. I love it. If my deep mob connections means signing up for like Best Buy and Slick Deals Notify. We're having a vibe today. How am I, Depfast? I'm doing well. How are you? Yeah, I was like, where are you getting that N7 hoodie? I didn't think they were available anymore. Playing games on Twitch? We do. Hoots says, great chat. I love an origin story. Yes, it's a therapy session for all. Thank you for listening to my origin story today. But it's funny to me because I feel like people, especially with women in games, people get very like, you were the cool kid that, you know, made me sad in school and now you're trying to infringe on my hobby. And I'm like, first of all, the more people enjoy games, the better, in my opinion. Let's bring everyone into the fold, right? It's all I could have wished for when I was younger, was to bring more people in to my hobby. And I'm like, and second of all, you don't know me. You don't know my origin story. You don't know that I had to transfer schools in 5th grade because I was picked on so bad. You don't know any of that. So stop making assumptions. So that's what I always default to for other people when people come in and will make assumptions about someone. I'm like, don't make assumptions about somebody you don't know. Don't make assumptions. You know, we could joke around and be all, you don't know me. But also, Jessica Rabbit is in the background of all my streams to remind people not to make assumptions about someone. She's not bad. She's just drawn that way. People made assumptions about Jessica and they were untrue. Don't make assumptions about people. But it's the internet. It's the internet. People like see an image and have lots of assumptions. And I understand that it's natural to make assumptions based on appearance, but like try not to. We can all do better. You don't know me is probably my Philly coming out a little bit. Times New Ponin says, challenge the assumptions you catch yourself making. That's accurate, because you're right. Don't make assumptions is a little unrealistic. But if you catch yourself making assumptions, challenge those assumptions, right? Oh, thank you, Fate Photo. That's so nice. I don't know what that is, but we'll check it out. We will definitely check it out. Thank you. West Coast says, I'm so glad you talked about the Alienware Arena. I bought an R13 2 years ago, and I could have been earning points all this time. So it's free to sign up for Alienware Arena. You don't even have to own an Alienware anything. Just anytime you hang out on my streams or any of the other Alienware Hive streamers' channels, you just like channel points, you just collect ARP for free. You just get them for free. It's just a very nice thing that Alienware does for the streamers that they work with regularly, which I think is so cool. And I also think it's nicer than like, use my code and you'll get a discount. Like, use my code and you'll get a discount is kind when they want to do that. But also just like free points for supporting our streamers is the nicest thing. Because then it's not even tied to a purchase, right? Like, Alienware is not even getting a purchase out of that. They're just being kind to the streamers they work with. So again, thank you, Alienware, for being super chill and cool like that. And yeah, I think I've heard a lot of people. It's not AARP. No, Alienware reward points, not AARP. So funny. So funny. The Shoreman, what? When you log on to Alienware Arena, there's ads on there. But yeah, they're just supporting their streamers, which is very kind of them. But yeah, so for anyone who's just hanging out, watching because they're getting their ARP, that's cool. I make new friendos that way. We've had people come in a chat and just be like, hey, I found you through Alienware Arena. And I'm like, cool, thank you. Nice to meet you. Welcome to my stream. Any idea if Canadian users can benefit with ARP? I don't know specifically, but I think so. I think it's global. Game face? You're cracking me up. You're cracking me up. Bubba says, I got all the DDR5 for my new desktop through Arena Rewards and a UPS. Yo, that's awesome, Bubba. Get it. And Bubba says, yes, you can, as a Canadian user benefit. That's awesome. So I know that there's some people that no matter what they're doing all day, just keep a tab open with an Alienware streamer on it. I know there's a lot of people that do that just to collect the points. How do you sign up? So we just did Command Alienware in chat a little while ago, but that will tell you how to do it. Or you can, if you're watching my stream right now, you can scroll down and there's an Alienware Arena, not AARP, just ARP. Alienware reward points, just ARP. If you scroll down, you'll see a little Alienware picture. You can click that, sign up for Alienware Arena, and then link your Twitch account, and you should be collecting the points. That's all you have to do is link your Twitch and your Alienware Arena account. And then any streamer you watch that already has it enabled can do that. Let me see. Does that link allow you to sign up? No, that's just a shopping link. The link that we have there. Alienware is also going to make a, they're so sweet. They're also going to make a custom landing page for each of the Alienware Hive streamers that like you can look and see what each streamer's specific setup is. So if you wanted to see what my setup is or what Mod's setup is, you could click our specific links and then go and see which Alienware products we currently use, which could be fun. So yeah, let me see. I don't have the panel right in front of me, but if you click the panel link, it should take you to Alienware Arena, and then you just link your, dun, 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 dun. Then you just link your Twitch account. Bubba says you need to make sure to scroll down to the Arena widget on a Twitch channel to load the widget to earn the ARP. It won't auto-load, and you won't earn ARP if it's not loaded. Thank you for that tip, Bubba. Appreciate it. And West Coast Wolverine says, don't forget to click the little icon at the bottom of your little Alienware box to grant Twitch permission. Exactly. Game Face says, my son's into illustrating on the computer. Any suggestions for a fee or low cost? So low fee or low cost program. I don't make computer art at all. I can help you with like the hardware you might want for that. But there are members of this community that do computer animation and computer art that might be able to suggest some really great software options for you. I don't have any personally. I can't draw to save my life. Cyber Yoda, thank you for the resub. It has been a pleasure to have you as a community for 21 months. Thank you. Times New Ponin says Clip Studio Paint is great. Awesome. And Kaikana says the email used for Alienware Arena and Twitch need to match as well. Ooh, that's good to know. That is good to know. My Alienware Arena email and Twitch email are not the same, I don't think. Maybe I've been missing out on arena points. Hello, Norwal. Norwali or Norwale? Which do you prefer? Let me know. And hello, and welcome to the stream today. Clip Studio Paint and Paint Storm Studio says Junior Dax. Thank you for those. And Bubba says, oh yeah, I got an Astro A40. That headset's so nice. With arena rewards as well. That's amazing. All of them at once. Perfect. That's so great. I don't think you can earn ARP watching yourself. Yeah, I think, but I do watch like Maud and Damien and other Alienware streamers quite a bit. Yeah, I watch mostly Maud and Damien. Sometimes I watch Sigil's stream. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them. No, not AARP. You know what? It is confusing. I'll be honest. The naming convention is confusing. It is. All right, poll time. Game, poll time. Okay. Which game today are we doing? Final Fantasy Rebirth? In which case, I will put up a BRB screen and change into TIFA real quick. Or are we doing Baldur's Gate 3? Those are the options. Those are the options for game today. Because those are the things I feel like playing. Start poll. Start poll. It's at the top of chat. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. No poll needed, says Rob. Norwale says, I loved you in LA by Night. Thank you. That role was so much fun. I never get to be like a bad, like mean character. But when you play LA by Night, you must fit into the world. So Casey was a real joy for me. Why not Baldur's Gate 3 as Tifa? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Humble Bundle are great, yeah, for software packages. I agree. Werlin says I can't get any of those Alienware links to open because they go through DoubleClick, which is blocked by many layers of content blocking. Interesting. Let me see if I can get one that doesn't go. I mean, you could just type in alienwarearena.com. Alienwarearena.com, just type it in on a new tab. That could work. What character would Tifa be in Baldur's Gate 3? I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, it's such a different world. Yeah, alienwarearena.com, then go to Twitch setup. There you go. Monk STS, you think? Fallout 76, I did hear, is much better now than it was at launch. Monk Barbarian. Ooh, maybe Barbarian. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, and St. Clair says, as an aside, your emails don't need to match as long as you have your Twitch connected to the account in your settings. Okay, great. I think mine is linked and my emails don't match. But I also don't know if I'm getting all the points I could be. I know I got another stretch reminder. So we're doing another stretch. Stretch time. It's so funny because in like PJs, like I'm in now, like comfy clothes, I like am not all self-conscious about the mom bod. But as soon as I put on the Tifa thing, I'm like, ooh, no. But it's because the Tifa thing is like tight right here and tight right here, which I feel like squishes everything in a way that's not cute. This is the problem with cosplay. Maybe if I like was a real costumer, I could make it in a way that doesn't do that. STS is from our perspective. You look cut, so you're fine, girl. You're all so nice, and I'm honestly A-okay with it. I just, in my like perfectionist, I want to look like Tifa, acknowledge that I don't look like Tifa, and that's okay. No, Werlin, it's honestly, it's just the bangs fix all body issues. There it is. The bangs do. Wear a baggy Final Fantasy VII 10 t-shirt. I could do that. Yeah, it's just, I mean, as for all of us, as we get older, skin is sometimes not as taut as it used to be. So, like, for example, like, I've got this. It's not as taut as it used to be. That's all. Wear a sleeping bag as a cosplay. I do have an Iron Man sleeping bag that's kind of cosplay. Jeff Wood! Jeff Wood, I saw your comment before it got timed out, and don't worry, I did not take offense to it. But yeah, we don't do hall passes in my relationship, because when you live in Southern California, like when you live near Hollywood and Los Angeles, you see people all the time. You see the celebrities that, like, when I lived back in middle of Nowheresville, Pennsylvania, it was like funny to talk about who your free pass would be. But it's too real if you live in New York or LA. It's too real. Like, I have run into celebrities. Like, I've been in line behind celebrities waiting to check out at CES, or at CES, CVS. Ha ha ha. You know you work in tech when CES just rolls off your tongue easier than CVS. But, like, seriously, like, you'll be at the grocery store trying to pick out which head of lettuce you want, and, like, someone right next to you is, like, a celebrity. It's ridiculous. Schmick says, do famous people shop for groceries? I mean, some of them probably pay shoppers, but also some of them just shop for groceries. And maybe, like, different levels of celebrity is a thing, too. Famous people eat, too. They go out to restaurants. Like, that kind of stuff happens all the time. Who's the last person I saw out and about? We took Logan to see the circus, and Tori Spelling was there. She's probably the last person. She was there with, like, a big family full of kids and stuff. And I remember I was thinking to myself the whole time, I'm like, that lady looks so familiar. I think that's Tori Spelling. And then as we were leaving, we got in the car to go home. Or maybe even before we got in the car. And I looked at Nate and I was like, was that? And he was like, Tori Spelling? Yeah, I saw her. So yeah, Nate and I both noticed Tori Spelling at the circus. But, like, yeah, just think, like, we were just taking Logan for a fun Saturday afternoon. But, like, you see people for realsies. So you can't have a free pass because it's too real. Because I think most people that are joking around about a free pass don't actually ever intend on doing that. And I mean, all of that also completely takes out the autonomy of the other person. Like, we're just assuming that anyone's free pass would be like, I'm game. When chances are they would all be like, nah, I'm so good, but thank you for the very generous offer. Final Fantasy VII did win the poll. It did win the poll. So funny. And Timmer says, I think celebrities look very different in between movie shoots and then get back in shape before they start shooting. Oh, yeah, I know a lot of people do. Well, because the in-movie shape is not healthy. It's not good for you. So, like, you don't want to do that all the time. But yeah, it's so Nate and I, we have no free pass. We have, like, celebrity crushes that we'll talk about with each other and be like, oh, that person is just beautiful. I don't know how they look the way they look. I'm so envious. But it's also more of like a, wow, that person is just objectively stunning. More so than a, like, a, I'd like to. I don't know if there's any difference in that for most people. Who's my celebrity crush, Dante? I mean, I have a couple. But some of them I know in real life, so I don't want to say that out loud. I mean, I'll say it to my husband. But, like, some of them I could actually encounter. J. Rodimus, yes, that's one. For sure. Also, I mean, everyone can agree that Henry Cavill is beautiful. Alicia Marie Body is stunning. I love her, and I know her, and I see her all the time at events because I think she's a beautiful person inside and out. But Alicia Marie Body is like body goals, where I'm like, someday in my next life, I hope to look like her. That guy from Alan Wake, do you mean Sam Lake? I do love Sam Lake, but that's more of a creative crush. Felicia's wonderful. I love Felicia. But I love Felicia in a very platonic way. Keanu Reeves, I love in a very spiritual way. Lara Croft is your crush? That's okay. Which version of Lara? I used to say Joe Manganiello was one of my celebrity crushes because it was when I was very into True Blood and I knew he played D&D. But now he like interfaces with too many people I know. That it makes it weird. Like it gets too real and then it's weird. Video game version. Okay. Yeah, it gets too real and then it's weird. Bipolar rock and roller. I love your name. You guessed Mark Hamill. I do love Mark Hamill, but not that way. You said late 2000s, Laura. Angelina Jolie. Get it. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. I'm sure I'll think of more later. But yeah, I don't know. Nate and I have conversations about very beautiful people. But it's entirely different when you're like, I don't know, when you get invited to red carpet events, after party to follow, and you're like, I could legitimately be at the bar standing next to some A-list celebrity, right? Like, that's a reality. So it makes it a very different conversation. Where, like, if I met that person in real life, my attitude would have to be like, hey, I think you do amazing work. Thank you for all that you do. And that would be it. It would not be anything beyond that. Or if I'm too nervous, like I was with Neil Newbin and like I would be with Sam Lake, where I can't even eloquently get out I think you do amazing work. It's more of a, oh, it's nice to meet you. Because I can't even. I have no more evens to can't at that point. Am I doing Mother's Day gift ideas on Amazon? I hadn't thought about it, but I could. Crash Over, that's a really great idea. That's a really great idea. I'll write that down. I have like a whole list of Amazon stream ideas here. I should always think about that around holidays and stuff like that. Mother's Day gift ideas. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, no brown chicken, brown cow. No, too real. Narwhal says, Mom wants an Alienware. I mean, Mom might want an Alienware. I don't know your mom. But, like, respect. I get it. That's always my problem is I'm like, if I do Mother's Day gift ideas that are like the gifts I'd want for Mother's Day, they're way too niche for most moms. So I'd have to think like, what am I shopping for my mom? And that's how I would put together that list. I could say what I want. And maybe what my mom would want. I don't know. Okay, but y'all voted for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth in TIFA cosplay because that's how I'm doing my Final Fantasy VII Rebirth playthroughs. So then at this point, I'm going to put up a BRB screen, change into the TIFA cosplay, and when I come back, I'll be Tifa and we'll be playing Final Fantasy VII. It'll be great. For those of you who are worried about spoilers, I do want to let you know we are on Chapter 8 right now. We were running around, having a lovely little date, enjoying the gold saucer. So running around, enjoying ourselves, playing some carnival games, if you will. And then something went awry, and now we're investigating that. So that's where we are. Dante says you have time to change? What a champ. It's easy. I know right where it is, so it's not like I have to dig it out of the cosplay box or anything. West Coast Wolverine says, okay, I'm going to mute and lurk. I'm not that far yet. Have a great stream. Thank you, West Coast Wolverine, and I totally understand wanting to avoid the spoilers. Totally get it. Okay, Landar, you're welcome, and I'm glad. I enjoy it too. Hoot says, have a good game. Thank you. Catnip says, don't change, Trisha. We like you the way you are. That's very sweet. I'm still going to put on the cosplay. Okay, BRB screen. Be back in a jiffy. Oh, hey, everybody. Welcome back. We're getting there. Not fully in TIFA yet, but partway. Partway into TIFA. How was your break? Did you get some water? Did you use the restroom? Did you take care of yourself? Welcome back. Welcome back. Who's this new person who looks like Tifa? Not yet. Not yet. We're getting there. Buddy said we all know streamers don't have torsos. Do I look like I don't have a torso? I don't get it. Sorry if I'm being daft right now. Okay. Putting it on. Oh, hey, Alberac. How you doing today? How are you doing today? So, yeah, look, I got the whole thing. I just didn't put on the boots. I got the whole thing with the exception of the boots. Get the earrings. Can we stay Tifa with glasses today? Yeah, we can, Catnip Ninja. We've been doing that the last couple times because honestly, the game's too pretty for me to not be able to see it. I really like being able to see this game because it's so beautiful. Come on, earring, go in. Good morning, DM Jutro. How are you today? I do think I look more like Tifa without the glasses, but... So I'm like, as far as new viewers coming in, they might be a little confused. Okay. And I always forget which arm these go on. I think this is right, but I could be totally wrong. Dressing for success. Time to don the battle uniform. Totally. Totally. There we go. There we go. Popping this on this side. And then the bangs. The bangs are the final transformation. Ooh, lunch. Thanks, babe. Ooh, a burrito bowl. That makes me happy. I did it backwards. Oh, well. Oh, well. No, wait. Hold on. That's not right. My hair is being silly right now. It's hard to do in this camera. But yeah, that's about right. That's about right. There it is. Mirror image. We're mirror imaging it today. Perfect. Do I more? Yeah. I think I need to wash these bangs. I think the heat of the moment has made them a little trickier. Mirror Universe. Yeah, Mirror Universe Tifa, for sure. Final Fantasy Rebirth. And I will put our Tifa plays Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Just change that in case people are confused. They do. They sell fake bangs. That's what I purchased for this Tifa cosplay. The bangs, you didn't know the bangs were clip-ons? Yes, you did. Yes, I don't really have bangs. So yeah, it looks much more like Tifa when I don't have the glasses on. But I can see a lot better when I do have the glasses on. Yep, that's how the bangs work. I tried them out on stream the first time. The first time I wore them to be like, let's see how bad these clip-on bangs I bought look. Okay, I feel like I need nachos to go. This is my burrito bowl, by the way, that my husband made me. It's delicious. Okay. Seeing is important, for sure. It is important, for sure. Continue where you left off. Look, guys. Chapter 8, all the glitters, 52%. We're officially more than halfway through the game, y'all. Oh, I've been playing too much Nintendo with Logan lately. I have Nintendo fingers. Oh, is the audio weird? Thank you. Okay, we'll leave it off for a little bit. How is it now? Still warped? Sounds good? Okay, great. Thank you. So, oh yeah, I forgot. We just got into this spot. There's a lot we could do. We ended up getting our butt kicked in Queen's Blood. I must have missed Queen's Blood players somewhere. Peculiar card players. He wants me to win stuff from these Queen's Blood tournaments, but they're like way harder than they should be. And then what's over here? Gearing up for the race. So, gearing up for the race, I need to find greens throughout the Dust Bowl. And defeat the Queen's Blood players in the card casino and report back. So those are the two things I need to be doing right now. Desert Rush. What's that? I don't know what that is. Maybe it's not something we've done yet. Chadley's here. We can rest here. We can buy some stuff here. Yeah, looks like I mean, I guess I could go further this way. I didn't really go this way. But it looks like really what I need to do right now are find greens and defeat these card players. Music's too loud. Oh, I think my voice might be a little quiet, honestly. Let me just check the sounds on my voice. Because the music is actually at the level it should be. No, the microphone's right too. I wonder if the microphone just had like a moment or something. I'll turn it up a little bit over here. And then I'm gonna move it a little bit closer to my face. And hopefully that will be better. But I also did turn the game audio louder. Or excuse me, I turned the game audio down a bit. All right, so here's all the Queen's Blood, folks. Who's this guy?
He looks promising.
In what way?
You got it. Just straight ahead.
What does that mean?
I ain't gonna hurt ya. Promise.
What? He's part of Feed for
Come on.
Pico?
I don't bite.
Can I talk to him? What am I supposed to do? Why is Chadley? Or not Chadley.
What, got a problem? You lost or something?
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do.
Am I holding you up? You lost or something?
I can't interact with him.
What, got a problem? You lost or something?
No, I don't know what your deal is.
Nothing interested over there. What you going that way for, man? Look who's back.
This guy's just trolling me.
Allow us to show you how things work around
Show
here.
me, please.
Oh, am I holding you up? You lost or something?
What? He's just razzing me, just following me around? I know he had an icon on his head, but it can't interact with him.
No way.
Normally, if there's an icon, I can hit triangle and interact with
Am I
them.
holding you up?
And he's not letting me.
Sorry, but you're
It
stuck
says
with
he's part
me
of the
now.
Feed for Pico campaign, I'm guessing. Like, now I'm away from him and he goes back there.
Should take this time to think about the choices ahead of you. Not that it'll help you get out.
Yeah, it does seem like it's a bug. I should have been able to interact with that dude. Is there anything else here on the community board? Okay. In here, there's like someone in here. Like, this is a shop owner, and see how it gives me a thing I can do?
Welcome to Bale Jumper, watering hole for the dregs of the Dust Bowl. Heard you're in the market for some greens.
Maybe.
If so, I've got a garden up on the cliff. everything's yours for the taking. Assuming there's anything to take. Haven't tended to it in ages. Here, go see for yourself. Be sure to keep an eye out for fiends, though. Place is crawling with them.
Okay. Thanks, man. I'll go check it out. Am I just gonna drink somebody else's beer? Gross. I didn't order that.
You seem like a guy who can hold his liquor. That's our house specialty. Call it sunshine.
It's
We
like
take
moonshine, but
and water it
sunshine.
down
Yep.
So the flavor's just still perceptible.
Okay. Okay, we could go back and try to talk to this dude again. Nothing. Oh yeah, we just found this sword. I haven't really had a chance to use it yet. So now it looks like stalkers. Find a deserted spot where you can rough up the thugs tailing you. Oh, so I have to get them to follow me into a spot where I can rough them up. What a weird quest. But at least now we know, I guess.
Look who's come waltzing back.
Yes, please.
Let's go somewhere more quiet.
Let's over here.
You ain't getting away.
What about over here?
You lost or something?
What about over here?
Oh, come on. I don't bite.
Does this work for you?
Oh, am I holding you up?
No.
What? Got a problem?
What in here? What about in here?
Keep going. Not far now.
Oh, through here?
Keep going. You got it.
Okay, we're gonna battle.
And here we are. Now we can have a nice private talk without anyone butting in.
Sure.
It's time you got a lesson in the way things work around here. Don't worry, you can thank us later.
Great, I've been meaning to try out this new sword anyway. What's my new ability? Prime mode, strength and punisher mode. Hold down attack to deliver 3 consecutive strikes.
You had your chance. Your turn.
Let's do triple slash. All of you, come back to stagger, dude. Ooh, you've got a flamethrower. Don't like that. Let's do firebolt blade on Thug C. Sure, take them out real quick. That dude is out. Fire is their weakness because they're fleshy humans. They probably don't want to mess with me, just being honest.
It's here. Let's finish this.
Let's do Prime mode again.
You ready? You ain't
It said hold down X, but maybe it meant hold down square. Maybe I just read it wrong. Yes, I did. I mean, I am owning these dudes.
going in. Time to get serious.
They thought inviting me into this back alley was gonna work out for them. I'm a soldier, yo.
You know, You could have just told us you were out of our league. Thanks for the match. It was a real learning experience. Wasn't it, boys? Oh, great. We got something special for you. A gift to remember us by. Here. And with that, we'll hurry up and get out of your hair. Right, boys?
Yeah.
Very sorry to have troubled you.
You are very sorry to have troubled me. Alright. Feed Pico the greens you collected. Doesn't look like there's anything else to get in here except for this. Oh, Amethyst is nice.
I suppose the produce here ain't all bad. I mean, compared to the stuff folks are growing out in the grasslands, it's downright dying. But hey, I ain't picky.
Ooh, thanks for the kill. Okay. Stalkers are done. I know we're supposed to feed it to Pico, but I think we need more than one. Let's try a different Queen's Blood dude.
Oh, I did it again! Hey, sorry, old habit. No harm meant. Please don't go. I'm begging you. I only want to play a game of Queen's Blood. I promise, that's all. I have a hard time talking to people, and, well, I know I'm not the friendliest looking guy, so I can't convince anyone to go around.
Aww.
Anyway, the name's Jack. You, want to play with me? Pretty please?
Let's play Dax. This is gonna be tough. Oh, I'll get Dax's card. I forget which deck was this. This was like a destroy stuff card. Or destroy stuff deck. Let's try. No, I'm not trying to avoid you. I just have Nintendo fingers.
If you're not here to play a game, then get lost, loser.
Wait, you were so nice 2 seconds ago, and now you're telling me to get lost, loser? Get out of here. No, I'm not going to say first Catnip Ninja only because nothing matters if I lose. It doesn't matter. I don't think I need 2 flame troopers early. Maybe just 1. Okay. Okay, boat float. When destroyed. Interesting. Okay. Heat Seeker would be nice. Here would give me a 1 and a 2. That would get me back. I think I kind of want the 1 and a 2. To put a Tonberry there if I can. Let's do that for right now. I stole my 2 back. What jerks! Alright, let's do... Can't do that right now. I could do just the Flame Troopers, the only thing I can do. I can either put them there or there. I like putting them here first. Oh, I didn't think they'd be able to steal that. Awful. Awful, 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 because I have nothing now that can destroy. Because this was built because they were giving me a thing you could pop on top that destroys. Now I'm remembering, and I don't have those cards anymore. So, we're done. Yeah, let's do a different deck. This was my backwards deck, I think. Let's go with deck 1, which is probably gonna die. But let me see what we have in it. Do I have anything new? I do have the new Dio card. Raise power by 1 for each other enhanced allied enemy card. Let's add Dio to the deck. And then take out... Take out the Leprechaun. And see how that works. What's good, Pale Guy Tony? Oh, I forgot Magic Pot's still in this. We should have gotten rid of Magic Pot. Okay. Get extra cards. Okay, now. Crystalline Crab could go down there, which would be really nice. Moogle Mage could steal me one of theirs back. Moogle Bard would be nice there too, and Ogre would be good there. So if I put Ogre there, that's good. But then what am I doing with... I don't want... Hold on. Crown Lance is a 2 as well. Let's just do Crown Lance. Because they're going to try to steal some of that back, but they won't be able to steal all of it back. So let's do... I feel like I want to do something... I mean... Dio's a 3, so I can't exactly play him yet. I could do Crystalline Crab down here, which, yeah, I think that's good. Okay. No, I still have... I could go... Let's think about this. So... If I do J-Unit Sweeper right here, that gets me one more up top and it puts another 2 peg on the bottom. If I do Chocobo and Moogle, Chocobo and Moogle might be a really good move right there because then I'm going to take their 2 spot. They'll probably take it back, but still, that could be really good. Moogle Bard could also work right there. Moogle Mage lowers the power of enemy cards on affected tiles by 4. Moogle Mage could go down center. Zemzalet could go there and would boost as well. Zemzalet's a good move, and Chocobo and Moogle's a good move. I'm gonna Chocobo and Moogle. They've got 1 left, and they have to try to steal those 2 spots back, which they did. So now I can steal some stuff back. That's going to steal me back a top corner. That's not going to steal anything back, but it is nice. And then I could put... Dio in. Although I'm worried about them stealing that 2 spot. Is there any way I can steal that 2 spot back? Their 2 spot. I don't know if there is. Wait, this J unit sweeper will. We're gonna J unit sweeper it. Okay. Now I get to make all the rest of the moves to just make the math work. So, Zemzalet can go here and he'll do a little bit of a boosty boost. They're gonna have to pass. Posh Chocobo gives you a score bonus of +3 when you win the lane, so that'll count as a 5 if I put it mid. Riot Trooper, Ogre. I'd love to put Dio in, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to. I could also... So let's just Ogre down here for the points. There we go, and we kicked butt. I know, so Hollow Reaper King, it's just basically like a math game. That's at least the part of it I like. There's definite strategy to where you place the cards and card synergy as well. Thug card has no abilities.
That was even more fun than I'd imagined. I've been missing out. Prison ain't a great place to let the card down, you know? So I got into the habit of acting tough and yelling at anyone who looked at me funny. Kept me safe, but it also made good, decent people like you avoid me altogether.
This is so cute.
I just wanted to play cards. I got so frustrated that no one would give me the time of day that I started to respect such gutsy bastards. But I've got to change myself first if I want people to talk to me.
Maybe,
because
bud.
You had the courage to approach me when no one else did. I know that now. So I'm going to do it like you and ask people to play instead of waiting for them to come to me.
Congratulations, Cloud. You have attained the rank of Blood Knight, and I have obtained intel on a new opponent for you. There is a somewhat mysterious player by the name of Novelon in North Corel. Having proven yourself as a knight, I believe you can defeat this formidable foe.
Alright. Nice. Oh, and of course that person's rank 5. And I have to go up against all the rank 6s here. Okay, Gold Guy was kicking my butt last time, so let's do this guy next. Oh, Mary, sorry.
Where have you been, handsome?
Is Mary very drunk?
Here to join me for a drink? Well, aren't you the sweetest little thing? Ugh. You big party pooper. Fine, be that way. Guess we'll play Queen's Blood instead. Oh no, don't even try to wiggle out of it. Because I'm Mary, darling dear. And when I've knocked a few back, nobody slips through my fingers. So, either you take a drink, or we play a game. Your choice.
We're gonna challenge her to a match. Defeat players, defeat the Keeper of Kuar. I was gonna say he can't take a drink, Mary. He's worried about keeping up that sweet 6-pack, but we did just totally pound a beer in the bar, like right before this. So, you know. Okay, I'm gonna go with the same deck, but let's take out Magic Pot. I don't think I want to add in that new Thug card. I'm not convinced I love that. What does this do? Lower the power when first enhanced. But, oh, I do have an advanced enhanced card. Ha. Interesting. Okay, Magic Pot is leaving this deck. What's that one do? I want more that can get me front diagonal, like the Mind Flayer. What's it? Lower the power of allied and enemy cards on affected tiles by 1 while this card's in play. It's only by 1 though. The Cockatrice destroys allied and enemy. And it's a 2 spot. I wish I had a 1 spot that could do that. This is interesting. The Saucer Squad and the Moogle Trio. Let's do... Add that one back in. Okay. Begin match. You hated playing against this lady in this game? Well, the all gold guy was kicking my butt last stream. That's a good card to have right in the middle at the top. I'm okay with that. That's also really good. So I might do Cactuar and then either Shalopod or J-Unit Sweeper. I don't know. Riot Trooper's just okay. Because it's 2. That's the hard part. But I could do it. Let's Crown Lance for right now. Get rid of Crown Lance for right now. Now, do we want a Shalopod or do we want a J-Unit Sweeper? Let's do that for right now. That could be good. I don't have a 3 spot yet, though, that I want to use. So maybe... J-Unit Sweeper is interesting there, and then I could J-Unit Sweeper again, or... That's better. Let's do that. They have less of a chance to steal it right back. Okay. Now, if I J-Unit Sweeper right here, that's a solid move. Okay. Now let's see what we can do. Moogle Trio won't help me in that 2 spot at the top. It would help me at the bottom. Crystalline Crab would get me 1 more forward. Posh Chocobo would get me 1 more forward. Heat Seeker would get me 1 more forward. Although Heat Seeker would get me top. That's interesting. I do feel like it's a little bit of wasting a 2 though. Let's do that right now. Okay, time to take those back. So Heat Seeker will take me those 2 back. So will Chocobo and Moogle. Let's go Chocobo and Moogle, I think. Otherwise, ooh, Zemzalet's good too. Zemzalet's the move. Oh, but I don't have a 2 there. Zemzalet would have been great there. But let's Chocobo and Moogle it. We'll see what they have that they can put in the top corner. They can't take anything back. This is my game. I have now won! I have now won. And I'm just gonna finish it out because it makes me feel good to finish it out. I know I don't even have to, but we're gonna. Just supremely kicking Heine. Just because we can. Sometimes you just need to kick some booty because you can. Oh, Shogun's on my watch list too. Soul Hollow, Reaper King, and Dante Bogdan. Look at that. 32-0. Now watch. Now I'm going to go take this exact same deck against Gold Dude, and he's going to school me.
Well, shit. You got me good, hot stuff. Should have had more to drink. I have a confession to make. You see, my dear, even though it's my surefire ticket to victory, I've kind of been cutting back on the booze. Do you want to know why? A while back, I drank way too much, blacked out in the middle of a match, and had an awful nightmare. I dreamed this creepy stranger was trying to chat me up, which is why this match totally doesn't count. I am still off my game. Next time, you better bet I'm gonna be sauced to the max. So watch out, boyo.
Yeah, all those bottles are hers. She's having a day. Okay, time for this dude again.
Do you want to play?
No, if I remember correctly, my main deck is just a bad match for what he comes at me with, but I don't remember exactly what he comes at me with, so I'm gonna try my main deck first. And if I need to adjust and build something special for him, I will. I think we're gonna have to mulligan Dio right up front. Because he's gonna be hard to play early game. And alright, so let's see. If I go, let's think of my moves. I mean, Archdragon's not great to have right up front either. And maybe Zemzalet I'll take out. I don't know, this is a bad starting hand. I'd re-roll the whole team, to be honest, says Trevor. I know. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Grasslands, Wolf, or Crystalline Crab. Could go in here. Let's do... Grasslands, Wolf on the bottom. And then I can Moogle Trio in the middle. Yeah. Now, for the two on the bottom, do I want Ogre or do I want Riot Trooper? Cactuar I could also put up here right now, but I feel like they're just going to come and try to take that back. That might be the better move. Or Moogle Bard right here could be good. But only if I get those two spots, and I don't know if I'm going to. Or I could pop that up top and really lock in top for me. Let's do that for right now. Okay. We're gonna fight for dominance here a little bit. Trying to just take out their options of where they can put stuff. Riot Trooper goes there. That gets me that one in the middle. I could also Arch Dragon right now, which would take back that middle. But then they'd be able to just put something else there. So I don't know that I want to do that. That's going to be good for me there for the moment. Shalopod also. Oh, it's 2. Stinker, I can't use that right now. All right, Albarac, enjoy your movie time. That will get me that middle back, which would be nice, and boost up there. Yeah, there's nothing I can really do at this point that's going to take me back either of their 2 tiles, which is what I was hoping for. So let's do... I'm just trying to shut them out so they have less things they can do. Because if I could get... I think they're going to steal that last one. But, like, if I could get Zemzalet in the middle, that would be rock and roll. I don't know if I can. So let's see what I can do to get Zemzalet in the middle. The only thing I could do is Riot Trooper. Yeah, and that's going to give them one more peg there. Now I can Zemzalet in the middle, though, and take that back. And now they have to pass. And now I've won! I finally beat the gold dude that was so frustrating at the end of last stream! Amazing. I finally kicked your butt. I finally kicked your butt. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. I'm just gonna end it here because we've won.
Yes!
Alright, well that's the whole Queen's Blood side mission. I got all 3. The Joker. When allied and enemy cards are destroyed, raid this card power if I want.
You completely demolished me. Well played, good sir. But my performance wasn't half bad. Wouldn't you agree? Someday, I hope to join the Gold Saucer's grand stable of performers. That's why I'm trying to hone my skills by purposely putting myself in the harshest of environments.
Okay, that's a choice.
My winning streak was starting to draw negative attention, so maybe losing was for the best.
You tell yourself whatever you need to tell yourself, sir.
If you would like to play another game, just let me know.
Okay. Got it. Now we gotta go back to the card man, who I believe was down here. Oh, maybe not. Here was the card man. I made a wrong turn. Oh, but there's a person here.
You, sir, have excellent timing.
I do?
I'm conducting a seminar and would appreciate your help.
Okay.
And, as thanks for your assistance, rest assured you will be handsomely rewarded. All you need to do is speak with my lovely pupils here. 4 of these folks are lying, while one and only one is telling the truth.
Okay.
Your job is to find the odd one out. Ah, there's also a small fee to participate, but I'm sure you won't mind.
Conniving Caglio is holding a seminar instilling 5 inspiring swindlers with the tricks of his deceitful trade. Your mission: discern which one of his disciples is telling the truth. Each guess will cost 500 gil, no refunds, so choose wisely. Investigate his pupil's potential lies by visiting notable locations around the Dust Bowl. Review your notes at any time and press L1 to take a closer look. Okay. Interesting. So number 5. Oh my goodness, there's a lot going on now.
Strapped for Gil, honey? We've got the lowest interest rates around.
Let's see. Do I have to like talk to them first?
Hey, you ever heard of a place called Veil Jumper? Yeah, the finest booze around, pure as the driven snow. Not watered down one bit.
Okay, one is lying because we already learned about the sunshine. So one is a liar.
The weapon store owner's got a few screws loose, if you ask me. I mean, what's he doing selling potions of all things?
Does the weapon store sell potions? So we need to figure that out. Here, number 5 had something right here.
You should test your might in the Beast Battleground. They've got a rare monster named Bug Zero.
Bug Zero, huh? Okay, it looks like...
Hey there, buddy.
This place.
Here's the Beast Battleground. Is there a rare monster named Bug Zero? I guess we're gonna find out. Pale Guy Tony, really?
For blood, then you've come to the right place. All our most ferocious fiends are camping in the pit. In the ring, it's man versus monster. No one can save you from a grisly demise but yourself. Think you can walk on the wild side and live to tell the tale?
Welcome to Beast Battleground. So, you looking for a thrill you won't find anywhere up top? Defeat a few fiends and there could be some fresh new greens in it for ya.
Okay. Field of Nightmares, Portent of Ruin, and Unknown Error. It doesn't say if any of them are named Bug Zero. So I guess I'm just gonna have to go in and do the challenges to find out. This is how Vault 32 got destroyed. Okay, I know an Ignalisk. Okay, Ignalisk does not like Snow Flurry. That thing. Yeah, both of them got hit with it. That's great.
Let's do this.
And the Grasslands Wolf. Nice. Abilities, Success, Grasslands Wolf.
Best do it right.
Also cold. Alright, nobody likes the cold today. I got that. Let's do some more Snow Flurry. Nice.
You're done. Going all out.
And then let's do our new special. I don't need a limit break right now. But let's do our new Prime mode.
You had your chance.
Victory! None of those were named Bug Zero.
All done.
That was an interesting rendition of the Victory fanfare. Exquisite Beast High ×5. Let's see who we've got here. Ooh, what's this thing? Okay, this is weak to cold. We know already. Get your toxic breath away from me. thank you. Okay.
Bundle up.
Bundle up. Too much. Oh no. Oh no. This is bad because there's nothing I can do to get out of it because I don't have any friends. I blocked. I always forget. I always try to erase. Okay, do I have? I do have Blizzard Dispel.
Chill.
Let's do it again.
Shatter.
Let's do our Prime mode again.
Here I come.
Come on, Cloud, get him. Firebolt Blade. No, I mean... Let's just do it. There we go. That was nice. Nice. Let's hear it for Prime mode.
Was never in doubt.
Challenge complete. His name was not Bug Zero either. I think Bug Zero guy's lying. Unknown error might be Bug Zero. Okay, what's this dude's name? Test Zero is his name, not Bug Zero. Okay, so Bug Zero guy is definitely lying.
Too bad.
Weak to fire. When its HP is low, it will play dead. While in this state, attacking it, along with blocking or evading its subsequent counterstrikes, will pressure it. Okay. Test subject that managed to escape from Shinra's R&D division. And it can talk? Oh no, so it parrots all that it hears. That's terrifying. It doesn't seem like it wants to fight me. Oh, there we go.
This ends here.
Oh, I missed him with the fire part. That's the part he's weak to, and I missed it. Okay, what is that little orb floating around? I don't love that, I'll tell you what. Oh, there we go. Just dodge. Okay, let's do fire.
Burn.
Nice to meet ya. That's what it said. Oh, this is wild. Now it's gonna do fire against me. What's it saying? Have you seen this mess today? Something or other? What? I'm getting my butt handed to me.
You had your chance. Pay attention. Not looking good.
Oh no. This is it. This is how Cloud dies. That's alright. I don't need to beat this guy to win the challenge. I just need to... Oh no. I just need to know that his name was not Bug Zero. Collect the orbs before it does its buffs. Are they buffs? I thought avoid them. But that would make sense. That's alright. I don't need to complete this. Oh, I do get greens, though, for doing it. I do need to complete it. I need all the greens. Alright, thank you for letting me know that those orbs are buffs. But it is kind of hard hearing what it says clearly. I agree. All I heard was, like, nice to meet you and something else. What do I have to do to collect them? Do I have to, like... Okay, I think I got him. I don't know what it is, but I got it. Let's do Firebolt Blade on this. You're dead. Nice. No, I got it that time. Let's do... Prime mode again. I don't know. It's the fire that's working really well on it. Don't do that again. Nope. Totally missed it. It's gonna do fire at me. Let me roll out of the way. Oh, it hit me anyway. Fine, I'll fire at you.
Need a light?
Two can play that off. Now, what am I supposed to do when it plays dead? Like, throw spells at it? Last time I tried, it just dodged and then came at me, so it wasn't great. Okay, now it's gonna do thunder, so I should probably just block that too.
Burn.
Okay, go get that, Trisha. Go get it. No! Why did I not get it? Oh, and it hit him right in the butt? I was like running for it and it hit him right in the butt. Are you freaking kidding me? Okay, at least I got that one. I don't know what it did for me, but I got it. Come on! I 100% evaded that, but apparently not. Let me go ahead and I can cure myself. Oh, and he got it? Oh. The green orbs might be regenning me, maybe not. I don't know what they're doing. Are different colors, like, doing different things?
I won't give up.
Like, right now, I'm just using my stuff to stay alive. Oh, good. I'm so glad I healed myself just in time for a throw push. It's not even, like, halfway done yet.
Here I come.
Okay, I hit. Oh, he dodged it. He dodged my big hit, of course.
This is game over.
And I'm unconscious. Green is regen, yellow is attack up, and blue is defense up, says Tim the Machine. This dude, I don't know what to do for him. I guess I'm just gonna close it for right now. I don't know how many greens I need to complete the Feed the Chocobo mission, but... Test Zero is a reference to the debug enemy found in the Japanese version of OG Final Fantasy VII. That's awesome! Albarak, I'm sorry. That's a bummer. That's happened to me as an extra on set before. I totally get it, but it doesn't make it any less of a bummer. I mean, you still get paid for the day at least. Okay, so we know that 1 and 5 are lying for sure. I don't know about 2 because I don't know if they sell potions, but let's talk to this
You
guy.
need to get yourself over to the local bookstore to nab a copy of Gus's autobiography, Meditations on the Outlaw Life. It's a must-read, trust me.
Meditations on the Outlaw
You
Life.
checked out the
is his
graffiti at
autobiography.
Gus's place? He's got a Del Sol cactuar in there. See if you can find it.
Okay.
I'm gonna be drinking good tonight.
Two and 3 are both right, pretty close to us, it seems.
Hey there, buddy.
This place ain't.
Welcome to society's trap. Don't even think about snitching. Unless you feel like digging your own grave. That was everything I had to my
I think I just went in a big circle. This place is very confusing.
Be careful.
Yes, I did just go in a big circle. So what's here? The Swindling Seminar, the Beast Battleground. I'm gonna come up here and then run around these places and go.
Which lucky idiot's gonna be my
Go to the weapon store and see if they actually sell potions or not. Yeah, Cloud would not be able to be very stealthy.
Hey, looking for a way to kill time.
Okay, here's our weapons.
Shut up!
Quiet. I told you. Be quiet or beat it. Get your ass out of here.
Oh, I was too loud. I didn't realize you have to be super quiet. Okay, I'll have to come back later, I guess. Meditations on the Outlaw Life is Gus's autobiography. Okay, someone just said it.
I told you. Be quiet or beat it.
And then I'm gonna be really loud on the way out. Yeah, Meditations on the Outlaw Life. And then we know 1's a liar. We didn't know about 4, so let me run over to the left, I guess. And see if we can find 4.
Listen up, assholes! Watch your manners inside the mansion!
Okay. I don't remember what 4 was asking about, but... What's this one? Peculiar card players. That's where the bar was. This is like all inverted from what I need it to be. So I think I'm in the wrong spot. Okay, we're gonna go back to the card player guy. That's the Chadley is there. Okay, card player guy, I did it.
There's the man of the hour. Thanks to your efforts, demand for Queen's Blood is back and stronger than ever. It's at an all-time high, which means my profits should be too. You did me a great favor. Take this as a token of my thanks.
Thank you.
Before you go, though, I have some cards I'd highly recommend for a player as skilled as yourself.
Oh, yeah?
You won't want to miss out.
Okay. Oh, I own them all, my dude.
People lose interest when they start thinking they can't win. That's why it's important to shake things up once in a while. By the way, don't breathe a word about this to the folks upstairs, unless you want to find yourself behind bars again.
Okay, sir.
Their bird sand baths to get clean. wonder if it's any better for him than a standard.
Okay, let's see if we can sneak back in here.
Silence is sacrosanct.
Sure, yeah. Nice. Okay. He does sell elixir. So it's all potions and an elixir for 3,000 gil. I'm not gonna buy it, but he does sell potions, so 4 was right. Now I'm gonna make all the noise on the way out. Ha 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 ha. Okay, we gotta go back in. And listen to everybody again. So let's talk to them again.
Hey, you ever heard of a place called Veil Jumper? Yeah, the finest booze around.
No, he's lying. Because it's watered down, we know it.
The weapon store owner's got a few screws loose if you ask me.
And you're right.
I mean, what's he doing selling potions?
So she's
of all
the
things?
truth. Because it was everybody else is telling a lie and there's only one truth. She's the truth.
Have you read Gus's autobiography, Meditations on the Outlaw Life, yet? You can pick it up at the local
Wait, that's the
bookstore.
truth too.
I definitely recommend it.
But you can't pick it up at the bookstore, I don't
The
think.
graffiti at Gus's place? He's got
I don't know about that.
in there.
You should test your might in the
And
Beast
Bug Zero's a
Battleground.
lie.
They've got a rare monster named Bug Zero.
So it's either 2, 3, or 4.
The weapon store owner's got a few screws loose if you ask me.
She says he's got some screws
what's
loose,
he doing
but
selling potions of all things?
what's he doing selling potions?
Hey there, buddy. Got any guild?
So I guess we have to figure out, can you buy the book at the bookstore? They talk about it near the bookstore.
Damn it! Anyone with eyes could see they were cheap.
Careful now.
Meditations on the Outlaw Life. Gus's autobiography now.
It does say now in stock.
If you're looking to get stronger, my store has everything you'll need.
Yeah, Barret. Icy Impulse. What else can I get, Barret? Gale Impulse. Let's do Icy. It does say now in stock, so I'm going to say that one's probably right.
So show him some gratitude. Buy Gus's meditations, or else scab the shit out of
But
you.
that, I mean, so that's true. We've got multiple true things. And he said only one of them was telling the truth.
Don't even think about it.
If you value your life,
I swear. You want something, you take it.
Right? He said...
Well, do you think you can figure out who's telling the truth?
You need to get yourself over to the local bookstore to nab a copy of Gus's autobiography, Meditations on the Outlaw Life. It's a must-read.
I think that's it.
Me.
Congratulations!
All right, we got it. That was
Perception
it.
was no match for your powers of perception. Beware my aspiring swindlers. Clever ones like this are harder to fool. But so long as you continue to train and apply yourselves, I can teach you to swindle even the toughest marks.
Yes, sir.
As for you, rest assured that I am a man of my word. Those greens are hard to find in a place like this. Quite the handsome reward, wouldn't you say?
I would, thank you.
And that makes 3. Once Pico's had his fill, he'll be ready to hit the track and win us that race.
Oh, so I guess maybe we only needed 3?
Promise I'll pay you back.
Let's just look at our map, because we've got here Beast Battleground, Feed Pico. The bartender's unattended garden I really wanted to do, though. So let's get out of here and go all the way north, follow the train tracks.
This place ain't for anything.
Okay, out of here and all the way north.
Strapped for guilt.
Because we have the key. Bandit's Bluff. Sandhog pies are weak to cold. We got a lot of stuff that's weak to cold up in here.
Calling ice. Gotcha. Shatter. It's on now.
All right. Is that just where I came up? I think it was. Okay, and then I guess I could go up here. Hey, buddy, what's going on? I'm sorry, did you get a new haircut?
Yes.
It looks so good! We got a new haircut up in here. Looking good, big man. You like it? Yes, you do.
I'm just about to go in the hot tub.
You're gonna go in the hot tub?
Yeah, it's only like 7 degrees.
It's only like 7 degrees?
7.6.
Oh, 76? Is it 76?
7.6.
I don't know if that's true.
Yes, that is true.
Okay, it's 7.6 degrees. I love you, bud. Have a good time, okay?
In the hot tub.
In the hot tub. Okay, thank you, bud. Can you shut the door before you go?
Yes.
Thanks, bud. The hair looks great. Guys, it's only like 7.6 degrees. No lies. He always does this, and I'm like, are you sure you don't mean this? And he's like, no, I don't, Mom. And I'm like, okay, great. Okay. Yes, he is obviously much bigger now than he used to be, for sure. But yay for little man haircut time. Okay. I think we have to keep going up because the guy was like, go fix my unattended garden. Whoa. Cactuar. Running away with it. Chase after the cactuar that stole the greens. I have to get rid of these sandhog pies.
Calling ice.
Nice, I hit both of them with that. I was hoping that would happen.
All done.
Done. Okay, where did that cactuar go? Oh, cactuar. There it is. It does also look like there's a secret down there. Oh. All right, well, let's get some arrow up in here. Oh, weakness, but it blocked it. Send its little babies out after me. Hey, this little dude's kicking my butt.
Let's do this, Nikolai. Get ready.
I'm gonna have to heal soon. He is pressured, but let's just make a potion.
Second wind.
Gosh, it's so nice to be able to use items again.
Going in.
Staggered, we'll go for a prime mode.
Ready? Never in doubt.
Okay, great. Oh, Cactuar. Oh, Cactuar. Where did it go? Oh, here. Okay, am I going up or down? I guess I'm going down. Oh boy.
Piece of cake.
Okay, we got some death claws here. They're not weak to anything, apparently. Oh no, we're not gonna let that happen. Okay, well, so much for my triple slash that didn't work at all. They just totally owned my soul.
Ain't dead yet. Sloppy.
Yeah, I'm like barely doing any damage to them.
That's it. I got your number.
Yeah, I guess I just wasted that assess. But they have no weakness. Evading the Reaper Claw's attack will pressure them. So what do I do to get rid of them? No, thank you. Ah! Nope, I'm dead.
Not looking good.
No, it's not looking good. These guys are gonna own me. I only have 4 hit points left. I'm dead. It is so hard to play this game as a party of 1. Like, not being able to have anybody else to revive you, or to help you when you're bound, or anything. Although, maybe I'd feel differently if I actually got to play as Tifa. I'm just a party of Cloud, and that's not fun. Okay, well, I hit them there, at least.
Gotcha.
Okay, that pressured him. That pressured him. So we just gotta keep running around. Abilities, triple slash. I'm just gonna keep running around and evading their...
Gotcha. It's on now.
Ooh. Yeah, that was great. Let's do... I don't even know what I just did there, but it was awesome. Maybe that was focus thrust. Okay, this guy's got to be staggered.
Let's do this.
And then let me do abilities. Firebolt blade on the staggered guy.
Here.
Okay, so one of the friendos is gone. And let's do now focus thrust.
Here it comes.
Because I'm trying to stagger him too. And I'm not gonna do a summon. Let's just Mega Potion. Nice, now he's officially staggered. And Prime mode.
You had your chance. Just like
There
that,
it is.
eh?
Boom, finally. Dodging allows you to throw blade beams. I guess I just dodge in great timing so well. Or so infrequently, I should say. Oh, this is not the right way. That's the way I came from. Ah! Push the button. We did it!
Bring it.
Okay, I'm going to use Blizzard on these two. And it hit both of them. Exactly what I was hoping for.
See ya.
Let's do...
Try this. Let's go.
Got him. Okay, those guys are down. Which way? Okay, I know Cactuar went that way, but last time I wanted to investigate something I didn't and thought I'd come back to it. Now I'm sad. So I'm gonna go get the stuff while I can get the stuff. Ooh, poison materia. Thank you. Looks like there's something also over here. There's that Cactuar. Just taking our time. Good day, Ashelon. How are you today? Dante says tired. I get that. Titanium, it is a lovely view in the game. Hi, Cactuar. Oh no. I didn't want to fight the Cactuar, but I guess that's what we're doing.
Too bad.
Botanical fiends of the succulent variety, mainly found in arid regions. Almost faster than the eye can see, these silly-faced speedsters flit about the sands, leaving only a flash of green in their wake. Hitting them with physical ATB commands will pressure them, though typically too fast to strike. They will be susceptible to attacks when pressured or while using abilities of their own. Okay, get out of the corner, man. What are you doing? Oh, I'm poisoned. Great. I'm poisoned. And I'm totally almost dead.
This is game over.
And I'm dead. The Cactuar just owned me. They just owned me. Have I played Final Fantasy VII VIII? No, not in the past 2 decades, probably. Okay, noted. With the cactuar, you can't just run right in. Okay, and I should heal myself before we get into battle. How about? Oh, I meant to use an elixir, not an ether. What a dummy I am. Okay. Okay, now let's go. Yeah, don't tell me how you did it yet. I'm gonna go for it. Okay, so now that I've got that, they said physical attacks with a triple slash, which is really fast. So I'm gonna try to just keep evading. Yeah, they're really fast until ability triple slash. Yeah, triple slash is what I'm gonna rely on for this. Yep, there it is. Triple slash was the way to go. There's the greens. Okay, where else? Ah, here we could bucket back down. Ooh, very nice. Woo! $4,000 gil? Ah, heck yeah. I mean, where's this sweet rock band coming from? From right here.
I think the gear is just got us any good. Ideally, if you keep going edge, we have to be easy to get on. That boy's one handsome birdie now. We want to flip it.
Alright. Alright, so it looks like we are currently here. We could try to get one more green, but I think we're just going to go to the Choco Boutique. So, we need to hang a left.
Listen up, assholes! Watch your manners inside the mansion!
How come y'all get to eat that? Yeah. It ain't fair. No one will notice.
All right, let's see what you found.
Nom 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 nom.
It's a start, but nowhere near enough. Yeah, he's looking a lot better now. But we could get him in great shape with a touch more.
This dialogue makes so much more sense if you did these one at a time. But I'm like, dude, I have them all. They're right there.
Old Pico's right as rain, and fit to hit the track whenever you are.
When you're ready to head up to the stadium, just speak to your babysitter over there. Oh, before you go, if you happen to have any more greens, consider trading them in for racing gear. Vegetables are hard to come by down here, so I'd be happy to buy yours.
All right.
So,
I do have
what
more.
kind of gear are you in the market for?
I don't know that I love any of these, to be perfectly honest. I guess that outfit's kind of cool.
You scrounge up more veggies, you know where to find me. Having trouble finding that feed for Pico? Good luck out there, cutie pie.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's alright. No way. That's kind of fun. Tropical visor is also kind of fun. The Merc cap is hilarious. From Kyrie. I like the rodeo hat for him for right now. Oh, look at the tropical anklets. We're ridiculous. That's the look. That's the look. Do you need to talk more, Billy?
You'll ever be. If you can't win, you got no one to blame but yourself.
Well, I mean, I'm not great at Chocobo racing, so I do kind of blame myself.
Having trouble finding that feed for Pico? Let me think.
I'm not having trouble.
Well, there's always Desert Rush, and win some veggies there. Good luck out there, cutie pie.
Don't you cutie pie me. I don't know you.
How come we all get to eat the veggies? So, you ready or what?
Participate in the race. Here we go.
About time. Let's get this show on the road. Come with me.
Actually, on second thought, I'll take him up top. That work for you?
Say what? Fine. You want to go roll in the hay with this idiot? Go wild.
And on that note, follow me.
Do I have any say in who I'm rolling in the hay with?
The same Pico that nearly died in the desert. You should have seen him that first day, the poor boy. More dirt than Chocobo. Couldn't so much as give us a quay without coughing up sand. He's a whole new bird now, though. Might even have what it takes to win. Question is, do you? Even the fastest Chocobos can't win jack without the right jockey. I've seen my fair share of promising birds wasted on riders who didn't know their asses from a hole in the ground. Believe me, in the racing world, it's all about who's holding the reins. No pressure, though.
Which one is Desert Rush, Knight's Bear?
Okay, on you go.
We did the Liars, the Queen's Blood, the Cactuar. I did the Beast fight, but I didn't win it. And there was at least one more we did. But I would like a new weapon for Tifa. That sounds interesting.
Competing in the race today?
Yep.
We'll get your bird prepped for you. Just sit tight in the jockey lounge.
Oh,
And
this
no
music's
wandering
ridiculous.
Off, okay?
Look at these racers. I wonder if Madam M is going to bet on my Chocobo.
A bug boy?
Hey there, Joe.
Why, Esther, you grow lovelier by the day.
Uh-huh, sure I do. Oh, where are my manners? This here's Joe. He's one of Sam's jockeys. And as much as it pains me to admit it, the man's far and away the best rider in the sport.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
This is Cloud, an up-and-coming star of the track.
Those sideburns are
Be
intense
sure to wave
on
hi
Joe.
when he laps you.
Well, sounds like you got a fan, son. I wonder, though, you win her over with your skills, or with one of them smoldering looks?
Don't see why it can't be both.
About time I had some competition, assuming Esther's not full of it. For both our sakes, I hope she isn't.
Forget him. The race is starting soon, so stay focused. Speaking of, you might want to consider practicing. The sim here can help with that.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna go on the sim. It's a little embarrassing in front of that dude that you were just like, he's the best, but you can beat him. Ugh. Brush up on your jockey skills. Okay. Speed up is X, slow down back up is circle, and R2 is drift. Okay. Press X right when the countdown hits 2 to begin the race with an explosive start. Alright, seems a little Mario Kart-ish. Let's practice. Yeah, Chocobo Mario Kart time. That's what I'm feeling. Yeah. The more of these blue balloons you collect, the faster your Chocobo will run. Aha. Okay, well don't do that, because then I'm missing out on all the balloons. Collecting the red balloons will fill your ability gauge. Press L1 to activate your Chocobo ability. Each Chocobo has its own unique ability. Yellow balloons add a charge to your dash gauge. R1 is dash for a short burst of speed. Oop, oop. Okay, what was using speed burst again then? Okay, great. Okay, getting the hang of that. Okay. Okay, now we gotta do it in under 30. Okay, here we go. Got it. Oh, that was just over 30. Okay, trying to get my speed going here. Okay, I gotta start my drifts a little earlier, I think. Okay. Ah! I can't go any faster. Oh, I did that at the wrong time. I'm not gonna make it at all this time. Nah, that's not it. My hands are like cramping up from this nonsense. That was my slowest one yet. Okay, we're going fast. Let's go fast. Okay, finally, all objectives completed to get 50 gold saucer points. Now that you've completed the tutorial and learned the ropes, you can race in the Chocobo Cup. Good luck, and press that to quit the simulation. Okay. Nope. I just want to quit. Nope. Okay, it says press that to quit the simulation, but then it pauses it. How do I guess quit. There you go. Resume or quit. Exit the simulator. There we go. Thank you for the nice TIFA outfit. Got the whole thing going today. Except for the glasses. Free.
Your first race ever, and it's with Joe?
Yeah. Pretty rough for me, huh?
I will beat Joe
I will be famous. I will beat Joe.
How funny. Okay, I want to have this race, but first I'm going to have a quick bio break and then I'll be right back. So stay tuned, everyone, and I'll see you in just a few minutes. Okay, sorry to ruin everybody's jamming to the BRB screen, but we've got some Chocobo racing to do, and I'm ready. Welcome back, everybody. Okay. Okie dokies. All right, I'm ready.
Hyperion is Joe's bird, and it's a fast and rugged son of a bitch. Things bred to win.
Language.
All participating jockeys, please proceed to the paddock.
You good to go?
Yeah. Yeah. Race in the Chocobo Cup. Here we go. Hopefully I can do it. I don't know. Speed, acceleration, weight, cornering, strength, and intelligence. Speed and acceleration make them run faster. More weight will make them fly shorter distances, but also be harder to knock around. Cornering helps Chocobos turn better. And strength keeps them from slipping around. Man, they got a lot of stats. This is very intense for one minigame. You can save up to 4 sets of gear. So maybe it's going to be more than one minigame. I mean, I just went for aesthetics when I picked this look. 1, 2. Alright, so I guess if I'm going to go for 2, and let's just see. Yeah, that's my fastest. I'm going purely for speed, baby. I guess compete. Let's compete with this. Proceed to the race. You thought I was genuinely about to end the stream for a second? No, no, no. No, no, we're gonna race. Gold saucer news. This is so cute. This is so cute.
All right.
Everyone's very laughy.
Here's a secret. I survived that recent shooting.
You're not talking about the Colosseum, are you?
Yes, I was there. Or I would have been had I not gone to the bathroom just before.
That's amazing. You're so lucky.
Aren't I just? Which is why I know my bird's a winner. Ooh, what a scrumptious looking parfait. And with plenty of butterscotch, I see.
That is a scrumptious looking parfait. That's his ringtone?
Oh, I'm fine, thanks. Do you know how hot it is out here? I'm melting. God, what asshole decided our uniforms had to be black?
I'll be there as soon as I can.
You freaking better. And bring something cold to drink. Or better yet, ice cream.
Is vanilla
No
okay?
vanilla. Seriously, I'm getting heat stroke over here. I'm gonna die. You want that? Do ya?
Oh, she's mad.
Wish you were here, partner.
Wow. Wow. Oh, I didn't get the start. Ah. Okay, good. Didn't get them there either. Alright, well maybe right now we're just learning the track. That stinker got it right before me. Oh, nope, dash too late. 7th place. This is no good. This is the time to use this. Okay, made it in the 6th. We've got multiple laps. Great. Oh, I missed it. Should have made that turn a little bit better. Where's the first place? All the way up there? Holy cow. Ugh, how come I never get those? Okay. Spin it. Come on, buddy. Come on, my little chocobo. Yes! First place! Eat it, Joe! Ha-ha! Everybody stoked!
I knew I backed a winner. You're the real deal, kiddo. I just provided the encouragement. And thanks to you, my prison's gonna be a goddamn palace.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Ooh, so frosty.
He is so frosty.
But here in the desert, we like it hot, fiery, dangerous.
Yeah, I'll bet. Now where's our guy?
Easy, Snowflake. Solemn Gus is a man of his word. Are you scared I'll break my promise?
It's not gonna be Barret. It's gonna be the other arm
That
gun
tunnel over
dude.
there will take you where you need to go. Past all that quicksand like a slippery little sidewinder. And at the other end, one of my beautiful vultures will be waiting to guide you through the desert. So be a good tourist. We got old Shooty McShooterson tied up nice and tight in a shack out in the scrapyard.
Rude. First, we gotta go get that weapon for
All
Tifa, though.
yours. Turn him over. Give him his just desserts. It's your call to make.
Okay, thanks. Got everybody in. Esther's Tack Shop. Desert Rush is right there.
Mr. Gus presents the one, the only, Desert Rush.
Desert Rush.
For a limited time only. If you're in the high score, you'll get some rare greens. Step right up and give it a try.
Hi, Blue Dynasty. Okay, de-stress like the derelicts of the Dust Bowl by whacking some boxes. Each box broken will add to your score. In order to break gearboxes blocking your path, you must first destroy enough shock boxes to power them. Okay. Devise a plan of attack using the hit-activated elevators to move in between floors and whack your way to victory. Let's try it. Now, what did I have to do? I have to use shock. What, I have to hit them with shock? Is that what I have to do?
Gotcha.
That was not it. How do I get the shock boxes? I'm not. Are these shock boxes? I'm not really sure.
Here we go.
Like, if those are shock boxes. No, that doesn't seem to be it. What am I missing?
Here it comes.
This music is very intense. But yeah, I don't know what they mean by hit the shock boxes. They explained it, I'm sure, but... Ah, there's a shock box, I guess. Got it. Totally didn't see that. So we're gonna have to find those, I guess. But now I need to find another shock box? We just need to find them? This one's gonna take a few tries to get used to. Yeah, like, why did it even have me come up here if there's nothing up here? Oh, so you can hit that once it's activated. I don't understand how the shock box works. The music hurts my ears a little too. Let's retry. Explain to me how those shock boxes work again. Okay, now it says the gearbox is activated. Okay.
So long.
Got it. That was nice.
Get ready.
Yeah, I don't understand how. Okay, give me more time. Do I need to... Oh, maybe they both need to be green. I see. They both need to be green.
It's over with.
Yeah. Hit, 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 hit. Okay, I got more time. But I'm gonna need more shock boxes. Don't fall. Okay, got that. This music is so intense. Okay, can't get up there yet. Come on. Pop. No. Where are the other... There's a shock box right there, duh. Okay, which gearbox was activated? These. Go get that time, dude! No, there was more time right there! Ah. Woo! Okay, how'd we do? Much better than last time. Although not quite the 30,000 score. You feel like breaking something now, like full rage room vibes?
Great job out there. Got some greens for you, as promised.
Ah, I see. You have to beat it at rank 3, though, to get the Dragon Claws. Use Braver or Triple Slash on the big boxes. Alright, we're going to try one more time, but this is like a long minigame. We're going to try one more time, now that I understand what I'm supposed to be doing.
Alright.
Come on. Now what should I even bother going over here? Yes, because there's time. There's nothing we need up here right now, so let's go over here. Nice! Good call on the Braver. Let's also... got those. Is there more time over here? No. I need to hurry. That's not the time left. Got it. Okay. Come on. Got that. Got you there. Abilities, let's do Braver. Nice. Okay, got that. We gotta go up here. Abilities, Triple Slash. Okay, we're not quite there yet for that. That. should probably not really pay too much attention to these little 50s. My guess is they're not really worth my time. That time. Can't get any of these yet. When am I supposed to run this? I forget. Ah, that's right. There's one back there, and I never see it until I'm all the way up here. So let's do triple slash right here, which gave me more time. Braver right here. Can't get those yet, but I can go up here. Okay. Go, go, go. Oh, but I can't get that. I would have needed to have gotten that. Yep, that's so tricky to get. I guess you just have to get lucky when you're on that elevator. At least we got rank 2 that time. I know, the music. I'm with you.
See if you can do even.
I just want to get those gloves. Alright, third time's a charm. Third time's a charm. You have to use roll and his ranged attack. How do I use his ranged attack? Yeah, like I don't even know how to use the ranged attack to get that right there. Great. Okay, don't go for that right away because it's not there. Go for this.
Sorry.
Okay, that's done. Not more time. Okay, now we're going up here. We could go up there, but before we do that, this time. Oh, I get that. Is this like lots more time? Blue one's lots more time, maybe? I don't know. How do I get... Oh, come on. Hit it, dude. Oh, that brought me right back down here. Where is everything else? Is that his ranged attack if I like roll? There we go. Okay, what else? I went down too far. Yeah, I don't know where the last box is. I don't know. Ah, my score was so bad that time. Close. I'm out. When the score starts going down, you're just done.
Sorry, but that wasn't nearly up to snuff.
Shut your face.
Oh, don't tell me you're not interested.
I'm not interested. We'll just buy Tifa's things at the next merchant shop. I've got lots of gil, okay, ma'am? I don't need your sass. Alright, what else we got? Slippery Sidewinder is our main scenario. Beast Battleground we could still do. Kate Sith joined us just in Chapter 8.
No one wants a run-of-the-mill chocobo.
Rodeo leg wraps, the little outfit. Oh, funny. What do I have? No, I don't have any gold plumes.
Go on and make them as flashy as Gus.
So do we have to go up the stairs? Or no, he opened that thing for us. We gotta go get... what he said was Barret. Aww. Is the pub.
There's no way Barret shot those people, right?
Are there any other gun-armed dudes who might have gone on a killing spree?
We know him. He'd never do that.
Well, we'll find out soon enough.
Keep it together.
I got it. See ya.
Nice.
One more shot.
Of course, that didn't hit at all.
Nothing to it.
And Kate Sith is just with us, by the way. I don't think he's actually in the party. But let's just check, because now you got me curious. Yeah, Kate Sith isn't actually in the party. Just hanging out with us for a bit. Okay, we got all the loot around, I think. Ah, I didn't even think about using materia. Roderico, that's a great idea. Or Roderico. Why are we following? Oh, because he said I got a bird that'll show you where it is. I thought, when he said I got a lovely bird, I thought he meant like a lady. He did not. He actually meant a bird.
Seriously. Deal with that.
Oh, that just kicked our butts.
Bring it! Gotcha! Yeah! Bingo! Give him your all! Bring it! Get down! Ha! There! Get up!
Let's do...
Come on!
Not going to help us. Ah! Trying to figure out my synergy move and it came at me like a jerk.
Bring it!
How dare you.
Come on!
Go get these things. Oh, I can't get them in battle. It won't let me loot in battle? How rude. Do we want to go fight that? I don't think we do. Holy cow. The bird's up here. Oh, I think the bird wants us to fight lots of these. Just trying not to make those mad. Uh-oh. Not good indeed.
Not good at all.
Run! Damn it.
This way!
Barret?
Move!
Nice job, Barret, protecting everyone.
I'll be chewing on sand for weeks.
No.
Thank God we found you. We were worried.
You on the land, big guy?
The hell I am!
Ugh.
What are you guys doing all the way out here anyway?
Looking for whoever decided to shoot up the Coliseum lobby.
They said the culprit had a gun for an arm.
They did, huh?
Tell me it wasn't you.
Frankly, it might as well have been.
Now's not the time to be cryptic.
Talk to us.
Yeah.
I know the man who murdered all those people. Dyne. My best friend.
Mm-hmm. Dyne from the
It was
flashback.
4 years ago. The Corel reactor had just gone up. Dyne and I had been to check it out, see what the deal was. But on our way back...
None of this makes any sense. That explosion could have brought down the whole mountain. So where the hell's Shinra?
That's a damn good question.
Whatever. We need to get back. Tell them what we found.
God, no.
Barret! Dyne!
It's the mayor.
It's Shinra. They just showed up and started shooting. I think they're trying to cover up what happened at the reactor. To pin the blame on...
Oh!
Hey!
Over here!
Please.
This ain't happening.
God damn it. The village. Marlene and Eleanor might still be there. You ready?
For what?
Still so quick to throw in the towel, ain't you? Come on.
Damn it.
Barret!
Dyne!
They both get their arms floated off.
Honestly, do I have to do everything? Shinra has a reputation for safety to uphold, which makes you liabilities.
Oh, she's the worst.
Oh, how very brave.
She's evil. Owie. This is my first playthrough of Rebirth, Zelg.
Marlene.
Aww. Scarlet's the worst.
So Marlene's...
Dyne's daughter.
I managed to get away, but I was bleeding out. Figured that was it. Until Doc Sheeran came along and saved me. Put me back together. Mostly, anyway. There was no saving my arm, so I made a call. Instead of the normal prosthetic, I chose a means to an end.
Guess Dyne had the same idea.
I guess he did. I'd resigned myself to the fact that he was dead, but if I'd known he'd survive too,
So that's why Dyne shot all those people? To get back at Shinra?
I don't know. And I saw him at the saucer. Saw the bodies and the bullet holes. But that's not who Dyne is. Whatever his faults, he's not a monster. If I can find him, talk to him, I know we can figure this out.
Well, okay. What are we waiting for?
Poor Barret.
No time like the present.
Oh, is he right there? Oh, I love that shot of everybody, though. Whew. A Vulcan cannon, new weapon for Barret. Let's see. Weapon ATB recovery. I'm gonna go very simple. Continuing with him as my tank. Get rid of these sandhog pies.
Keep it together.
I got this.
The uppercuts do a real number on the sandhug pies, which is nice. Switch. Still getting used to playing it. It's so good.
Don't think you'll walk away from this!
Prominent twist.
Hit you, Fee-Ray. Do that.
Just you up.
And then let's make my ice. Yes. Okay, and up we go.
And you're sure he's here?
We're sure.
As we were told, at least.
I'm sorry, but I need to do this alone.
Barret.
Go.
Yeah, respect. We're here for you, but like, I get it, man. Now you just have to be Barret. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Tifa could get Gale Impulse, or what else? Anything else? Electric. Let's do electric. Saving. Hello. Best friend. Hello, best friend. It's me. Junior Dax, be sure to level up if you can. You don't want this meeting to cost you an arm and a leg. I see what you did there.
Dyne, that you?
Hey. I know you.
Dyne. Hang on. I'll get you out of here.
As I live and breathe, Barret Wallace.
Come on.
Bless your heart, dropping by for Eleanor's birthday.
Is he not all there? I mean, I'd get it if he wasn't.
Well, Marlene, set a place for Barret. Yeah, he's looking fit as a fiddle. Good question. She ain't with him. Where's Myrna? She ought to be here.
Dyne, what happened to you?
Though, come to think of it, I don't see a gift neither. But you ain't the kind to come empty-handed.
God damn it.
hell's his kind doing here? You son of a bitch. Still living on Shinra's gill.
No, man. It ain't like that.
Whoa.
Dyne! Stop!
Go on, then. Do it.
He is not okay.
Please. I'm here to help you.
You? Here to help me? He's here for you. To take the load off your shoulders, right? Same old shit.
Sorry, man. Your best friend's messed up.
Stay back! This is between us. And no one else.
Just you and me, then. Right here.
Are we really gonna have to kill Marlene's dad? No, I don't want it. I don't want that.
Come on out!
Fire bombs, huh? What's my new charging uppercut? I don't know if that even did anything. I tried to block it. Okay, he is definitely kicking my butt. Good thing we have Item Master.
This ain't shit.
Oh, come on, I hid behind the rock. He's still got paralyzing shot.
There he goes again, our fearless friend.
What is his deal?
Better watch where you're looking.
He's just owning me. He is way better with his gun arm than I am, I'll tell you what. Like, way better.
The best of friends together again! Ain't it beautiful?
He is so not okay.
Remember when we had that rat problem? You and me set traps, and you got caught in one of them. I guess old habits die hard.
This guy. We could try to stagger him with focus shot. Did not work. Oh, he's just too fast, honestly. This is just going to be a matter of how many items I can keep using.
Still, I thought you were here to help me.
Oh. Like, even if I hide behind something.
Look at me when I'm talking.
He must have, like, can he just keep using special abilities? Like, I don't understand it. It's like he has never-ending ATB.
Please. Bet you're shaking.
And nothing I do interrupts him. me use an ability first. And of course that totally missed. How come I can't use my item master? Hello, item master. Is it only like once per fight? Oh, I'm dead. Nope. Oh, come on. You can't hide from any of his stuff.
This ain't shit. Forget me.
Let's do focus shot again. Ugh. This is dynamic difficulty? I know, right? Oh, he's gonna do his relentless thing. I really am trying to like stagger him, but nothing seems to be working.
Get it together. Look at me when I'm talking.
Okay, limit break. Thank goodness. Fire in the hole on Dyne. But he's like barely even pressure. Yeah, focus shot does not seem to be pressuring him at all.
Eleanor.
Bonus round is pretty good for him.
I can't remember.
Whoa, what? Whoa, what?
Come on, you can do this. You can still save him. I'm gonna
Heedless
kill you.
swing.
What have you done to yourself, man? Still. Forget me.
What has even happened to him, man? Bonus round. Let's try it. I tried to block it, but I guess that was a red unblockable attack. Oh, that one got me. We can try Maximum Fury. But that's like doing nothing to him. It's barely even moving his life gauge.
This ain't shit.
Ah, farts. Hey, yo, man, I'm holding block. Could you block? Am I like holding the wrong button for block? I don't understand at this point. I mean, I'm just gonna waste all my X potions on this fight, honestly.
Still in it.
That is block, right?
Please.
That totally missed. Let's try it again.
It's gonna be okay.
It's gonna be okay, he keeps saying. Okay, well, again, I was trying to block that. Maybe I just can't block anything he does.
This ain't shit. You bleed.
Oh, do I have to, like, take out his scrap arm, maybe? Aha. I see. I'm gonna go for him. With the fire in the hole, but good to know I can target the other thing when he does that. He's fine with staggering. Dear Lord. I didn't scan because I don't have... I'm gonna try Thunder on him since he's so much machine. I don't know what he's weak against. It does look like Thunder did a good job, though. Oh, jeez. Come on. Get out of there, Barret. Get out of there, Barret. I could use a summon, but I feel like he's so close. Let's use an X potion.
Still in it.
Let's do... Nice. Thank you, Murthen. I've been doing my whole playthrough so far dressed as Tifa. Dyne's defeated. I hope he's not dead.
Get on with it.
No, man.
No, Dyne. It's over. Over? You think this is over? This ain't even close to over! Then end it. Kill me. I can't live like this anymore.
Barret!
Stay away!
You'd like that, wouldn't you? A way out. But where's that leave me? Huh?
Ow.
I thought you wanted to help your old buddy.
What? No wise words?
Marlene's alive, maybe?
Coward. When the going gets tough, he's gone.
Yeah, you're right. About everything. I should have never believed him. But that money... I thought it'd change our lives.
Well, it changed them all right. You know, I can hear her now. Eleanor. As clear as day. Begging me to stop. Give you the benefit of the doubt. Saying you ain't done nothing wrong. But then who's gonna answer for what happened? Oh, I know. Shinra!
Always Shinra!
Oh, wow.
What's wrong with me? All the lives I took just to fill the hole in my heart. Just to fill the void they left.
Marlene's
I wanna
alive.
see them again, and I know what I need to do, but I can't. I just can't. Eleanor and Marlene are waiting for me, but I can't bring myself to join them.
Marlene, she's alive.
Thank you.
Just turned 4. She's a nigga.
Look at that. She's got her mommy's eyes. Hair, too.
After everything went down, I didn't know what to do. Myrna was dead. And I figured you were too. All I had was guilt and regret, and the weight of it was too much. But Marlene gave me the strength to carry on. She nearly died that day. House was about to come down when I heard her crying. And ever since, she's been my reason to get up in the morning.
You took my baby girl from me.
Of course, that's how he reads
You
it.
knew she meant the world to me. You knew. And still, you took her.
That's not true.
You took everything from me. Everything and everyone.
Dyne, we can go see Marlene right now.
Look at me, Barret. You think I want Marlene to see what her father's become?
Stop!
With all this goddamn blood on my hands, how could I ever hold my daughter again?
Oh man, fine. There's no way he survived that. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Ugh.
Dyne.
It's heartbreaking.
Hey.
You carry that guilt. That weight.
Dyne. Dyne.
Baby. I'm home. I missed you.
I hate that at no point in that conversation was Dyne like, thanks for saving my daughter. Thanks for raising her as your own. Thanks for losing an arm, trying to save me. None of that. He was just like, you bear this weight, this guilt. It's all your fault. That's awful. That's just straight up horrific. We saw the flashback. All Barret did wrong was believe Shinra's lies. He didn't know they were lying.
And here I thought that Gus guy was just yanking her chain.
She's just got a popsicle.
That said, is it okay to let the director get involved like this?
Were you going to stop him? Deploying riot control armor. All units are to pull back now.
Well, have fun down there, boss man.
Elena did get her ice cream. Yeah. Palmer's a little angry.
Now you're going to pay! I'm a director, and you will show me
Oh, he's mad. Okay, this is not the crew I should have in this fight, though. I want Barret and all of his, like, thunder stuff in this.
Allow me.
Yeah, I figured it was going to be thunder. Let's see what else it tells us. Landing limit attacks or synergy abilities will flip it over. Attacking the cockpit while it's in this overturned state will deal significant damage. Landing several powerful offensive abilities while Palmer is taunting will pressure it. Alright. So limit attacks and synergy abilities is what we're going for. TIFA does have some thunder stuff, I think. She did. Stinker. Electric impulse. But I can't get synergy stuff for that. Oh, he just does a neener move? Oh my gosh, that's so funny. That's so funny. That's my favorite boss move ever right now. That is so, so funny. Nope, not what I wanted to do at all. Cloud. Firebolt blade again.
Take the lead.
Tifa is just getting it handed to her right now.
I'll take care of them. Can you take over?
Electroshock. Get out of there. Sunray. Alright, what else do you have that we could do right here? Focus Strike could be nice. Oh, he's doing his neener move again. Hit his neener move. Soul Drain. Rolling Thunder. On Palmer. Oh, I hit him. I've had it up to here with you, she said. Oh, I love it so much. Way to go, Aerith. Rolling Thunder.
Too bright?
Okay. Aerith can also do... Absorb MP. Lustrous Shield. Let's do that on herself. Okay. It is rolled over. So now let's do some synergy abilities. That make stagger last longer. Go.
Hang back.
Nice. Nice. And it's still flipped over. We love it. Do we have any other synergy abilities? We do not, but that's okay. Firebolt Blade.
Gotcha.
We love it. Let's also do... Let's do Firebolt Blade again. And then I'm going to switch it over to Tifa. Can we now do... Not Blizzard. Fiery Impulse on Palmer. Yeah, he's not gonna like that. Knocked him back in so he can't do his, like, meaner move. She can now... I can heal Cloud, or... Let's do...
You can do it. That's shocking.
That's shocking.
I got this.
Okay. Oh, he was flipped over, but I just couldn't get there fast enough.
I did that on purpose.
Oh, Tifa's got a limit break. We should probably save it for when he's flipped over again, though. Cloud can do Firebolt Blade.
Can you take over?
Hang back. Keep it together.
Staggered. Okay, limit break on. Staggered suppressor. Go, Tifa. Yes, my girl. My queen.
I'll take care of this.
Synergy abilities, Firework Blade on it. Let's go.
On it.
Don't give up now, you guys. You're gonna feel this one.
Nice. Yes.
You worthless hot dog job!
You mad, Palmer?
Function override confirmed. Initiating immune optimization protocol. Oh dear!
Oh boy.
Get him.
We do have a summon. Let's see whose summon it can be. Not Aerith. Who do I have on? I don't remember who's got which summon. Cloud's got Titan. What does Tifa have? I mean, this music is great, though.
All set.
Well, that's not gonna help me.
I'm coming. Cut. This one's for you.
Divine Punishment could be good. No, let's save that.
Stop it. You can do it.
Let's do this. Keep it together.
Okay. I've had enough to hear with
Okay,
you.
who's Tifa's summon? Phoenix. Okay, I don't want that either. Let's do Divine Punishment on the left leg. Ladies. Go, ladies, go. Come on, we really didn't take out the...
Nothing to worry about if I finish this quickly.
Okay, I don't want... I guess Titan, maybe? Yeah, we'll do Titan.
Duty calls.
Ice worked on machines in the OG. I'm just gonna do regular abilities. Dive kick on it. Left leg.
on you.
Okay, so we did get the one leg. Good job, Tifa. Tifa needs to chakra hardcore. Oh, Tifa's down. I was like, he's flipped over. I can run and get this. Nope.
One more shot.
Whoa!
Taking over.
Okay, let's get Tifa back in the game for sure.
You okay? Keep it down.
Here goes.
Oh, she's not okay.
I got it.
We are just getting homes now.
It's on you.
You'll get through.
Oh, we got the neener. Does anyone have anything to target him with? Limit break, planet's protection, or healing wind. We need. Let's do planet's protection.
I beg of you, shield them from harm.
And then Titan's about to do its big thing too. Yup. Earth and Fury on this fool.
See you soon.
Can you take over?
Hang back.
Eradication ray. I do have a limit break I can use on it. Cross slash, let's do it. Okay, got it. He's down. Everyone's like, we'll just sneak out here. No one will notice. Barret.
We gotta go. They'll be on us any minute.
They're on us now.
Fear not, friends. Your chariot awaits.
Thanks, Dio.
I've been using this to eavesdrop. Could never be too careful. But you were innocent, and I was wrong. By way of apology, I gift you this.
Shut up.
You will receive a proper burial, I promise you.
Thanks.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Yuffie, we're waiting for Barret to have a moment. That's what we're waiting for.
Is this not a bit much, sir?
The safety of my every guest is paramount. I don't know what happened in Midgar, but to me it matters not. You are always welcome, my friend.
Okay. Does anyone know how to drive this thing?
You got it, Tifa. Oh, Kate will drive.
Barret.
He said he wanted me to live with the guilt.
Well, we're here for you.
To help take the load off, huh?
I mean it, man.
Yeah, I'm starting to think you might.
Come on.
Looks like this is goodbye, old buddy.
Is he gonna leave him with the picture? Let's get the heck out of here, y'all.
Now's your chance. Leave this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Dio's got this handled, y'all. Dio's gonna teach Rude a lesson. I mean, Rude, you stand no chance, my guy. Oh, come on, really? No way. Yeah, that's what I thought. Dio said he was gonna bury, he was gonna give him a proper burial.
You said it. I got this.
All right.
Dio has provided you a means of escaping the chaos unfolding beneath the saucer. Give the Shinra forces a taste of their own ballistic medicine as you attempt to shake their pursuit. Aim, toggle aim speed, steer. Wait, I have to steer? Fire, reload, and overcharge. Oh no. My overcharge is pretty nice.
Let's do this. Who's next? Bring it.
Give a little reload.
Attention, Avalanche. Come over and exit the vehicle now.
Oh, I can't overcharge right now.
Let's do this.
Give me a clean shot of him.
Who's next? Gotcha.
Good. It's going down. It's going down. Did you hear Elena scream?
Surrender.
It does feel a little weird making Barret reload because he doesn't generally do that.
Who's next? Come on. Nah. Bring it. Let's do this.
Oh, I was trying to take out that dude before they got me. How to avoid that. Okay. Come on, hit it. aim and shoot at the same time. Like, why would Barret ever be steering the car in this situation? He would not be. Barret is definitely not steering the car, somebody else is. Like, what is he steering with his butt? I didn't know that's happening. I just thought, oh goody, he's got a weak spot. Okay, I tried to move out of the way and apparently moved directly into the beam. This is really hard. Whoa, what? Retry from the boss fight, retry from the beginning, or retry from before the escape. No, I want to do as little as possible. I was supposed to be in the hot tub with my kid 30 minutes ago. Don't make me redo an hour of boss fights. Beardtastic says always the top option. Okay. I was like, we're just going to have this sweet moment with Barret, and then it'll be done. Oh, we're just going to have this fight with Palmer, and then it'll be done. No, this is like the 25-part boss fight. Elena just free dives out of it? That's interesting. She doesn't have to shoot or anything. She just lands and poses? Alright, gotta admit, that's pretty cool.
Hang on tight. Oh shit.
What's wrong with this?
I mean, some good driving. Elena's having a bad day at work.
How'd I do?
I've seen worse.
Shut up. Some dead you are. Long past time my little girl knew the truth.
What are you gonna tell her, man? He did leave the picture there with him. Oh, interesting.
That ought to do it.
If you don't mind my saying, you're in an awfully good mood.
Well, it's been productive.
Don't have too much fun.
Ugh, that thing's so terrifying.
You called, sir?
What is the status of the Ancient?
We still have eyes on her.
Is she looking for the Promised Land?
We don't believe so.
I see.
Is she a higher priority than the materia?
Not her so much as her birthright. It's a dream of mine, to see it with my own eyes.
Understood. We'll step up surveillance.
It's a dream of mine. How cute.
Who are you, really?
Oh, come on. You know me. And I know you, Mr. President. You and your fears. Still just a child, aren't you? A pig-headed, pathetic, daddy-hating child.
Ooh, Glenn's talking some smack.
And under that bratish exterior, loneliness.
I don't deny it. Why would I? It's brought me all this.
Now that's the spirit I'm looking for. We really need more people like you.
to give the world a shot in the arm.
But what do you truly want?
Good question, Rufus. Ooh. All right, some Zack action.
Let's start this manhunt.
Okay, Zack is looking for Biggs. That is where we're gonna save. Still chapter 8, all that glitters, but Zack time. 45 hours into this game, y'all. Some Zaction, Zack actions. I like that. Biggs Zaction, indeed. And this is where I'm going to end the stream today. I did not intend to stream for 6.5 hours, but we started the stream with a lovely chat, and then we got into playing Final Fantasy VII, which you know is very hard for me to put down. So thank you all immensely for joining me on a Sunday chill stream. I appreciate you so very much. This week is going to be a little wonky schedule-wise because of some of the shooting stuff that I have going on. However, I will be live on Tuesday for the Gong Show. That is the plan. So, check the Discord. I'll put the schedule up tomorrow. And hopefully, I will see you all sooner than later. Thank you all so much for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I see we do have a Guide the Raid redemption. So I'm going to go ahead and get that going. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye!